Hello, can anybody hear me there?
Morning,
Hey,
Belinda.
Belinda.
Hello, I've got my new
Hello.
headphones. It's one of those horrible ones with only one ear, but hopefully that means you can all hear me anyway. So
We're live on YouTube, just so you know.
thank you.
Okay. Morning, members. Just to let you know, we are live on YouTube. Thank you.
Good morning, Kath Potter. Hope everybody's well. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well.
Yes.
Morning, Kath.
Good morning, William. Have
You
you
all right?
got a nice morning over in Ashover?
Yes, a bit frosty first thing, but that was it.
It's glorious, isn't it? We are fortunate.
Yes, we could do without the frost, though.
Yes, I agree.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning at
Morning.
Oldham House. How
Morning,
are
Chair.
things?
Morning, Chair. We're just waiting on Miss Slack and Councillor Chaplin.
Right, thank you. I spoke to Miss Slack yesterday, and she said she was unsure whether she'd be able to join us. So I were to offer her apologies if she wasn't just there.
Thank you, Chair. I'll note that down.
Thank you. Right, thank you. I noticed that Councillor Warmby's just noted that he'll have to leave at 12 o'clock, and I know that Councillor McCloy has got to leave us as well about 1 o'clock, so we'll take note of that. Thank you. I've also received apologies from Councillor Andrew Gregory, Councillor Andrew Hart, and I've just mentioned Miss Slack as well. So welcome to this planning meeting on the 16th of April 2021. And I've lost my agenda now. Here we go. So we move on to a roll call and declarations of interest. If I can just mention my declarations of interest before we ask Oldham House to take the roll call. On item 10, I'm declaring a prejudicial interest, so we'll withdraw from the meeting, and Ken Smith will take the chair for that. Item 11, as we all know, the applicant is a spouse of Councillor David Chapman, who is a member. On items 12, I've had an email from a Mr. Isaac, and I've also had an email from one of our members, James Beresford. So they're my declarations. Over to Oldham House for a roll call then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read out each member's name. If you could just let me know if you're present and any declarations of interest that you've got, please. Councillor Armitage.
Yes, I'm here at last.
Thank you. Have you got any declarations of interest, Councillor Armitage?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Brady.
Here, I had the same email from Mr. Isaac. I also had a brief exchange of correspondence with him following the January committee when Lydia raised the question of the report on affordable housing. And also in the list of planning decisions, planning appeal decisions that have been made, the application on Star House was submitted by my former son-in-law.
Thank you. Councillor Chaplin.
Morning. No interest to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Present. Yeah, the same. Excuse me. The same email that Robert and Patrick. And I suppose I'd better declare an interest in item 11, really.
Thank you. Ms. Harlin.
Morning, present. Received Mr. Isaac.
Thank you. Councillor Huddleston.
Present and no other interest.
Thank you. Councillor McCloy.
Present, same interest for 11 and 12. Then in addition, probably don't have to declare this, but I will. Item 5, personal interest. My wife works for a local NHS trust, but it's not this particular trust that's the applicant. And as the chair has said, apologies, if the meeting is still going at 1, I'll have to leave because I'm being interviewed on BBC Radio Sheffield about our 70th anniversary. So there's a good reason to jump ship. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Potter.
Ruth, you're rather faint. I'm having difficulty hearing you. But my interests are 11 and 12, as other members have declared. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Potter. It's Hannah this morning. Councillor Richardson.
Present and no interests.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
At present, for items 9 and 10, I'm a member of the National Trust, and I'm also a specialist volunteer for the Trust, giving occasional advice on historic environment matters, but I've had absolutely no input to this application whatsoever, so I don't consider it to be a prejudicial interest. 11 and 12 as the chair of the authority, because I was copied into the email comment from the authority's vice chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Warnby.
George.
Councillor Warnby.
I thought he sent his apologies.
I've not unmuted. I'm obviously present, but I've not managed to read the emails this week, so I don't know whether there's any interest or not.
Okay.
I've not corresponded with anyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's everybody, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, sorry, can I just interrupt again? Having heard what Ken Smith said, apologies. Item 9 and 10, I am a member of the National Trust, so personal interest for those two. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, thank you, Hannah. You must have turned the volume up because we can hear you now. Thank you very much. So the minutes of the previous meeting being circulated. I hope you've all looked at them. Are they a true and correct record? Can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Thank you, David. Thank you, Andrew. And do we have to, show of hands, is it, or do we have to come back to Alden House? Hannah, can you just remind me? I can't remember.
Show of hands is fine, Chair.
Show of hands just to accept the minutes then. Thank you. Urgent business. I've no urgent business. Public participation, we've got a list circulated and we'll come to those as we go. But before we move on to the first item, just to make members and officers aware that the page numbers on the documents, if you've got actually a printed copy, are not very clear. So don't rely too much on the page numbers if you've got good page numbers. Thank you very much. So we move on to the first item, and this is a full major application for the demolition of the existing ambulance station and the Riverside Ward building, partial demolition of the cart house and wall, and erection of a new health centre and ambulance station. And that's, of course, at Batewell, just opposite Alden House. And this is a site that the Vice Chair and myself visited with officers yesterday. And Tom is going to take us through this one, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I think we just skipped on to the second slide there. Could we just go back one?
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, that's the second slide of the presentation, but it's fine. It's no problem. We can start here. So the application cites the area outlined in red on this slide. It's an area of about 0.35 hectares. The site lies to the northeast of Bakewell, obviously very close to the National Park offices. And the site comprises of part of the New Home Hospital site, which is the southern section of this the area with the long narrow building towards the centre of this slide, and also the East Midlands Ambulance Service building, which is to the northern part in the wider area of this slide. So the site at the moment, it comprises of 3 buildings. So you've got the EMAS building. I'll just refer to it as EMAS from here on in for ease. The Riverside Ward, which is the long narrow building that forms part of the new home site. And then just on the left-hand side of the area outlined in red is a building we'll refer to as the Cart Shed. Now, the EMAS building and the Riverside Ward building are both modern buildings. The EMAS building was constructed in the 1970s. The Riverside building was built in the 1990s, but the Cart Shed is a historic building which dates back from the early development of the new home site. Okay, if we could just move on to the next one, please. So we've just got an aerial photo just to give some context to the site. So you can see just to the right-hand side of the road of Baslow Road, towards the top left-hand side of the slide, that's the EMAS building, which comprises of 3 sections. Then you've got the long and narrow Riverside Ward, and then the Carts House just to the bottom left of the EMAS building. And then below that, so below the Riverside building, you've got the rest of the new home hospital site, which comprises of a number of historic and modern buildings. The surrounding area, so just behind to the right-hand side of the EMAS building, you see that square of undeveloped land. And then beyond that is the gardens of properties on Alden Way and Castle Drive. Okay, if we can move on to the next one, please. So this is a historic OS map of the new home site, just to give the area some context. So the site was developed in the early 19th century when a workhouse was built on the site, which the workhouse is now the main new home hospital building. And you can see at this time, the surrounding land was all agricultural. The housing around it is all 20th century housing, so it's very much within an agricultural setting. And if you just have a look at the red line area there, you can see how there is a very clear definition between what is now the EMAS site and where the Riverside building now is. So this is just to show that there's always been a subdivision between the new home site and the adjoining EMAS site, and that's one of the issues that we've considered during this application that I'll come back to. If we can have the next one, please. And this just shows the wider new home site, and there are 5 individually listed buildings within the new home hospital site, which are the areas highlighted in black there. The Cart Shed, which is also highlighted in black, it's not individually listed, but because of its historic association with the historic listed buildings at New Home, it is considered to be a Kirtledge listed building. The boundary wall as well, which then you can see the faint line which just comes to the right-hand side of the Cart Shed and then continues all the way along the side of the Riverside Wall building. That's a historic boundary wall, as shown on the previous slide with the historic map, and that boundary wall is also considered to be a Kirtledge listed building. So the proposed redevelopment, which we'll come on to shortly, it doesn't directly affect any of the individually listed buildings, but it does have a direct impact on the Kirtledge listed Cart Shed and the Kirtledge listed historic boundary walls. Okay, can I have the next one, please? So we've just got some slides showing the existing buildings within the site and the wider new home site as well, which is outside of the proposed development area. So this is the main workhouse building within the new home site. So as I say, this is not directly impacted on by the proposed development, but a great deal of thought has been given to conserving the setting and significance of the listed buildings within the wider new home site. Okay, next one, please. And this is just a picture showing the main historic workhouse, now hospital building. Next one, please. This is the existing EMAS, the ambulance station building. So this was built in the 1970s. There's a residential dwelling next door, which you can just see the outline of there. Next one, please. This is just a photo of the EMAS building taken from our the driveway to Alden House. Next one, please. And this is the existing Riverside Ward building. So it's quite a steep change in land levels going from the frontage, the Baslow Road frontage, to the back of the site. I think it's about 7 metres overall throughout the whole site. So you can just see that at the left-hand side of this slide, the scale of this building is 2 stories, but then because of the change in land levels, the back part of the building here is just a single story as it's viewed from this is the side facing towards the rest of the new home site. And you can see it's a modern hipped roof building. Next one, please. And this is the front elevation of the Riverside Ward as you look at it from Baslow Road. Next one, please. That's the back. So you can see by here it's down to a single story scale at the top end of the new home site. Next one, please. And this is a side elevation. So this is viewed from that area of amenity land that forms a square parcel of land in between the site and the gardens and the houses on Alden Way and Castle Drive. So again, you can just see the changing land levels as the building goes back up the site. Next one, please. And just a photo just to show the existing Riverside Ward building. So as I mentioned earlier, it's a 1990s building, which is of little architectural merit. Next one, please. So on to the proposed development plans. So the proposal is a major planning application that involves the demolition of the Riverside Ward, the EMAS building, part of the cart shed, some of the historic boundary walls, and then the construction of a new purpose-built ambulance station and health centre building. And as set out in the report, it's a major development within the national park, but the exceptions for major development in the national park is considered to be met, and the reason for that is primarily the importance of ensuring the retention of healthcare services within Bakewell. Now, as mentioned, there's no concern in principle in terms of cultural heritage impact of the removal of the Riverside Ward or the EMAS building, given that they're both modern buildings that don't really make a positive contribution to either the conservation area or the setting of the listed buildings. But what is of more significance to cultural heritage issues is the removal of part of the cart shed. You can see the red hatched area just next to the grey building, which is the cart shed. So about 40% of the cart shed is proposed to be removed. And then the red line, which then follows the cart shed, is the historic boundary wall, which would be removed in its entirety to open up the site. So this is quite a significant change in terms of the historic boundary between the new home site and the what was previously agricultural land has obviously now been developed. So rather than the new home site's historic boundary being retained there, that would be removed to allow this new site to be opened up, and then a new boundary would be created to the southwestern side of the Riverside building as shown on this plan. So that's just an issue that we've had to give careful consideration to. And then you can just make out behind the Riverside building, there's a faint green line. Now this is a continuation of the historic boundary wall, and there it's proposed to take down along the green line, it's proposed to take down the wall to allow for the construction of the new building, which we'll show on the forthcoming slides, and to rebuild that boundary wall using the same stone in the same place. Now, since the report was published, we've had some further discussions about the appropriateness and really the need to take that wall down and rebuild it, given that it's apparently been there for at least 200 years. The Riverside building that stands there now was built with that wall in situ. So the question's been raised about why that wall needs to be taken down now. Now, we have received some information from the agent for the application, which sets out that it's due to structural concerns that when the existing Riverside building is taken down and the new building, which requires deeper foundations, is constructed, that could result in the collapse of this wall. So I think that's fair to have a safety first approach, but we wouldn't want to do anything that results in that wall being taken down unnecessarily. So we're recommending an extra condition for a structural report to be submitted, which confirms whether or not it is essential to take that section of boundary wall down and rebuild it, or if it can be left in situ. And then once we have a detailed structural report, that can inform a method statement for the treatment of that section of the wall. So that's just an extra condition to note. Okay, so in terms of what is proposed, if we can move the slide, which shows the proposed redevelopment. The things have to be removed, and a single thing to accommodate the health conditions.
Tom, can I just stop you for a minute? Tom, can I just stop you for a minute? You're just breaking up and we can't just make out what you're saying too clearly.
Sorry, I've turned my video off. Is that any better?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just recap slightly. I'm not sure where you lost me, so I'll just pick up from the start of this slide again. So this shows the proposed new health centre and ambulance station building. So you've got the dark grey area is the part of the front footprint of the building, which faces onto Baslow Road. It's slightly misleading, this slide, potentially, because the lighter grey area looks like it could be parking, but just to confirm, that's Undercroft parking. So the building does follow the black outline, so it forms that L shape that wraps around the site boundary. So you've got one part of the L facing onto Baslow Road, and then the building returns and runs parallel in a similar way to the existing Riverside building does to form this L-shaped building. Then at the front of the site, parking would be provided, 54 parking spaces to the front and the 16 that would be the Undercroft in the lower part of the building. You can see here the cart shed is the other dark grey space just immediately adjacent to the Baslow Road site frontage, and this is where part of the cart shed is proposed to be removed in order to provide sufficient parking and circulation around the car park. In the bottom left-hand corner, a new substation and cycle store is proposed. Okay, if we can go on to the next one, please. So we've got the proposed elevations of the new building. So as we've discussed in the report, it's been a challenging scheme to get a design that we are comfortable with here. So there are a number of constraints. I mean, from our point of view, the starting point had to be the preservation of the setting and significance of the listed buildings within the wider new home site. And from the applicant's point of view, they need a building which is of sufficient scale to accommodate all the healthcare services, to allow the services to be retained in the town. We also wanted a building, as well as being appropriate in terms of scale, we wanted a building that is interesting in its own right, yet doesn't dominate the rest of the site and still allows the significance of the historic buildings to be the main features and to retain their significance. So we wanted an approach that provided a building that wasn't a pastiche of the historic buildings, was a contemporary piece of architecture, but very much rooted in local building tradition. So there's been a number of iterations over many months that set out in the design and access statement that's been submitted. And this is what we've arrived at. So this is the front elevation of the proposed building. So you can see the double gable feature. Sorry about all the lines which provide the key for the different materials. The next slide is clearer, but ultimately, thank you very much. So you can see the double gable feature fronting towards Baslow Road to provide an interesting entrance to the site with the glazed entrance in between. Then the going off to the left of that, you can see the more traditional pitched roof element. And then on the end of the building is the proposed ambulance station. So you see this is a flat roof, zinc clad element to the building. some of the neighbours have raised, local residents have raised concerns about the approach for the ambulance station part of the building and have questioned why it's a sort of flat roof, zinc clad element rather than a more traditionally detailed part of the building. But this is actually something that we were very keen on, to make sure that there was a very clear definition between the ambulance station, which is entirely functional. It's essentially a garage for the ambulances with facilities behind it. And we feel that this is a good approach in design terms, to have that very clear distinction between the two. It helps break up the massing of the building. And I think if that was clad in stone, as the rest of the building is, you would have the building would feel very much elongated, and there'd be an uncomfortable clash between the garage doors and a stone-faced fronting to that building. So we feel that this is a good design approach. The building on the frontage would be built with split-faced limestone and then with gritstone detailing. As the building goes back, it's proposed to use gritstone for the other bits, but it was felt most appropriate to have limestone for the frontage. Bakewell, of course, is characterised by a mix of limestone and gritstone buildings, so we feel that the use of those two as the predominant materials is a sound approach here. Okay, next one, please. And we've just got the side elevations. So this is the northeastern elevation, so this runs parallel with the adjoining land. You can see the outline of the ambulance station and the ambulance station projection is actually not shown on here, it's on the next one. But you can see the return of the building, which is parallel with Baslow Road, is the area shaded out in dark grey, and then the return of the building, which goes up backwards into the new home site, is the area in white. And the next one, please. This is the same elevation, but with the adjoining land level shown in grey. This also details the ambulance station is the single story part of the building. So the approach has been to use a double pitched roof with a valley in between, as you can see on this elevation, for both parts of the L shape. And the reason for that has been that that's the best way to get the maximum amount of space without resulting in a building which is overly high. Next one, please. This is the other side. So this is facing back towards the new home site. So this is the bit that would replace the riverside board. And you see it's fairly simply detailed with fenestration, with the pattern of windows that we're comfortable with now. Solar panels are proposed on the roof as well. Next one, please. And this is the back of the building. So again, it's kind of slightly confusing this, but remember it's an L-shaped building. So what you've got on the left-hand side is that's the view standing at the top of the riverside of the new homes site, looking back down towards Baslow Road. So because of the change in land levels, the building is just as it is now. It's a single story in scale there. But then the other section, the larger section of the building, which is on the right-hand side of this slide, that's where the existing EMAS building is at the moment. So that's more 2 stories in scale. Next one, please. And then this is just to give a comparison between the existing building in red and the proposed building with the black lines behind it. So that's just to allow a comparison between the heights of the building at the different points. So at the back of the site, the building is very similar. I think it's about 40 centimetres higher, the proposed compared to the existing. At the front of the site, so the part to the right-hand side of this slide, which is the elevation that faces towards Baslow Road, by there is about a 2 metre difference in height, but that's mainly because the ridge height, as you can see, isn't much higher. It's about 1 metre higher. But because the land is dropping down, there's more massing below the ground level of the existing building, which is why the building would, when you look at the elevations, why the proposed building would appear to be higher than the existing, but they are broadly comparable. Okay, next one, please. Then we've got a couple of renderings of the proposed building. So this is the view from the main entrance, which is the same vehicle access to the EMAS site at the moment. And you can see the new healthcare and ambulance station building there. It's been sited further back in the site than the existing EMAS building and slightly further forwards of the front elevation of the existing Riverside ward. So the building would sit roughly on a level with the main new home building, which you can just see on the right-hand side of this rendering. And by setting the building slightly further back than is the case now, that helps to allow the new home hospital site to remain the most significant building within if you take both sites together. Next one, please. And similar, but this is from standing in front of the main new home building, looking the other way. So that's just to give you an impression of the scale, form and materials of the proposed new building. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so this is just the roof plan of the building. So from here, you can kind of appreciate a bit better that both parts of the L have a double pitch roof with a flat valley in between, which, like I say, has been done intentionally to keep the height of the building as low as possible while still providing all the services that the healthcare trust require. Next one, please. And then the floor plans. So it's proposed to create about 1,500 square metres of floor space, and that would allow all services to be accommodated in a single, modern, functional and accessible building. Obviously, at the moment, the hospital services, healthcare services are spread around various buildings within the new home site. The applicants explained to us in the application that the new home site at the moment is only operating at about 30% capacity, and that's because many of the historic buildings have significant maintenance and cost implications, which means that they're unsuitable for use or unsuitable for repurposing for modern medical needs. Okay, next slide, please, which is the first floor plan. Or it's described as upper ground floor plan, which is due to the change in levels, but I mean, I would call it the first floor plan. So it provides various waiting and consulting areas, communal facilities, changing areas, or that you would expect to find in a modern healthcare building. Okay, next one, please. Now we've just got the street elevation. So again, these are both from Baslow Road. So the top one is the existing situation. So on the very left-hand slide, the very left hand of the slide rather, you can just see the outline of the nearest neighbouring building, which faces onto Baslow Road. And you've got the EMAS building, then the Riverside ward. Just bear in mind that that is set slightly further back than the EMAS building, and then the main new home building. And then we've got the proposed street elevation just for comparison. So this just helps you to see the comparative span of the building compared to the existing situation. And significantly, you can see that the proposed new building, even at the highest point, which is the two gables that form the main entrance, forward-facing gables, it doesn't exceed the height of the historic new home building, which is something that we were keen to ensure happened during the development of the design for the building. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit more about the issue of the historic boundary walls and the cart shed now, which I mentioned earlier. So this is back to the demolition plan we looked at before, but it's just zoomed in a little bit on the cart shed, which is the grey building, and the boundary wall that extends out of the cart shed building, and also the boundary wall that forms the frontage on Baslow Road. So as mentioned, there's always been a boundary between the new home site and the adjoining land to the north, which is now the EMAS site. And part of the proposal is to remove the historic curtilage listed wall. So that's not a matter that's been taken lightly in this application. It would undoubtedly cause harm to the historic significance of the site to remove that boundary wall, and also to remove quite a significant part of the cart shed. So as we've explained in the report, It's certainly regrettable, to say the least, to do that. And we believe that removing such a chunk of the curtilage listed cart shed would result in substantial harm to the cart shed as a heritage asset. Now, the NPPF is clear that substantial harm to heritage assets should only be allowed in wholly exceptional circumstances. But as we've set out in the report, we do believe that the public benefits of this scheme as a whole do amount to a wholly exceptional circumstance that does justify the harm in this particular case. Bear in mind as well that the red line between the cart shed and the just the back corner of the riverside wall, that's also the Bakewell Conservation Area boundary. So we've also got the issue that the conservation area boundary, which has followed this historic boundary wall, would now follow a line which is in essentially open space, in car parking space. So again, we've given significant weight and consideration to the impacts of that on the conservation area. But again, we come back to the public benefits in this particular case. If the public benefits were not so strong, then we could well take a different view on this. But in this particular case, we do feel that exceptional circumstances apply, which do justify that. Of course, we've had the discussion with the applicant during the pre-app stages and during the application about alternatives that would allow the cart shed and the boundary wall to remain, but it just would not be possible to come up with a parking and circulation layout with the wall and cart shed in situ as they are now. And ultimately, we do accept the applicant's view that without the removal of the cart shed and the boundary wall, the development would be highly unlikely to happen, which could result in the loss of the healthcare services in the town. Okay, if we can move on to the next slide, please. So this is the proposal, just showing the car parking area, and it shows how the cart shed and boundary wall removal is necessary to allow proper circulation and adequate parking provision. There's a grey line, you won't be able to make out the writing on there, but it does say that there will be some kind of interpretation of the boundary wall, so that they expect that would be some kind of demarcation on the ground of the car park to show where the historic boundary wall. So we're recommending a condition for specific details of how that will be done. When the application was first submitted, just to the south of the cart shed, it was proposed to knock through part of the boundary wall that forms the site frontage with Baslow Road to create a new pedestrian access. If we can just move on to the next slide. Sorry, I'll come back to that point in a moment. Yes, this is just the elevations of the cart shed. So say it's a curtilage listed building. The bit with the flue on top there and the large doors is quite an unfortunate modern addition that's proposed to be removed as part of the scheme. Just go on to the next one. That's the back of the cart house. Next one, please. So yeah, this is the side elevation. So you can see here how the boundary wall, the highest part of the boundary wall to the right hand side of the cart shed on this slide, and the gable end of the cart shed form a single continuation. So it was proposed, as I mentioned, to knock through part of the boundary wall to create pedestrian access, which was something that was very concerning to us. So that's now been amended, and an alternative pedestrian access is recommended as a condition. Next one, please. And this photo just shows the situation I was just describing with the continuation of the gable end and the boundary wall, which is a very historically important feature and contributes quite strongly to the site frontage as a whole. So that's just showing why it's really important to retain that wall unpunctured. Next one, please. That's the existing cart house plan. And the next one. And that's the proposal. So you can see the end bay of the cart shed is proposed to be removed. So you're left with a smaller building. Next one, please. And this is the proposed floor plan. So you can see the extent of the part of the cart shed that is proposed to be removed. Also the modern structure I mentioned, which is just highlighted on red here would also be removed. So that is that's some small benefit to the significance of the cart shed through the removal of that. Obviously, that doesn't compensate for the entire loss of the 40% of the cart shed on the right-hand side. But like I say, we do accept that in this particular case, the demolition of this part of this curtilage listed building is justified. Next one, please. So this is, as I mentioned, the pedestrian access as it was initially proposed, and you can see the harm that would cause to the relationship between the gable end and the higher part of the boundary wall. The wall you can see to the left-hand side of the cart shed is much lower, and also we're out, once you get to the left-hand side of the cart shed, we're outside of the conservation area. So it would be much more sympathetic to create a pedestrian access to the left-hand side of the cart shed as we look at this, or to the northern side as it is on the ground. So that's why we're recommending a condition for an alternative pedestrian access, which the applicant has agreed to. Next slide, please. And this just to show us this elevation as amended, so there's no change to either the gable end fronting Baslow Road or the boundary wall. Okay, next one, please. And this is the proposed substation and cycle store, which is in the bottom corner of the site. Next one, which just shows the image of the proposed building. So simple modern structures, which are below the level of the boundary wall, so would have little impact. And next one, please. Just a word about sustainability measures. So the scheme includes the provision of solar panels on we've obviously got extensive roof slopes here, so it's good to see those been made the most of with solar panels. And it's also proposed to install 6 electric vehicle charging points within the new car parking area, as well as those kind of the headline things, if you like, in terms of sustainability. But also the applicant is pursuing a BREEAM accreditation, which is a certification of a very high level of building sustainability, and incorporates a number of features in terms of the construction techniques, materials, energy efficiencies, and they're all detailed in the submitted sustainability statement. So it's really good to see that the applicant has embraced the opportunities to really push for very high levels of sustainability. A question was raised yesterday on the site visit about obviously there's 2 significantly sized buildings have been removed, which is going to generate quite a lot of waste material. The applicants confirmed that as part of the BREEAM accreditation, there's a requirement to recycle as much material as possible. So the applicants are proposing to reuse a lot of the building materials from the existing buildings. The EMAS building in particular is reconstituted stone, so there's no proposal to reuse that. So what we are recommending is an additional condition that requires details of how that material can be recycled efficiently elsewhere. So not necessarily in this development, but it's a reusable resource. So we would like to know details of that. So that's recommended as an extra condition. But other than that, yeah, like I say, we're happy with the consideration that has been given to sustainability measures and climate change mitigation. Okay, next one, please. And this is just the parking and landscaping plan. So just a brief word on parking. This, as mentioned earlier, 54 parking spaces are proposed within the site, both the parking at the front and the undercroft parking within the back part of the building. The response from local residents for to the application has generally been positive, but one of the issues that has come through is concerns about the potential for generating additional off-street parking, and that the number of parking spaces proposed might not be sufficient. The application is supported by a transport assessment which demonstrates the likely number of visitors in any given hour. Based on that, we are confident that the proposed 54 parking spaces would be sufficient to meet the expected demands for parking. So there shouldn't be any noticeable increase in on-street parking round and about the site. So we're comfortable that the level of parking is appropriate. The scheme does require the removal of some trees and hedgerow planting. There's boundary planting. There's some planting on the existing boundary walls to be removed. So it's proposed to have a scheme of new landscaping, and archery officer is comfortable that that is acceptable and that the trees that do require removal can be compensated for by appropriate new planting. Okay, next one, please. Another of the issues that's come through in the comments from local residents is the potential harm caused by lighting. And we actually agree, as we've discussed in the report, that the lighting scheme as proposed would potentially cause harm to the amenity of local residents. There's some very tall lighting poles proposed in the car park, as you can see here, and there's quite a lot of lighting on the building as well. So we, as I say, we agree with local residents that the scheme as proposed would not be acceptable, but we're recommending a condition for alternative lighting, and that can ensure that the lighting on the building is only located where it's really needed. For example, the ambulance station is the only area that will be in use during the night, and that car parking lighting, rather than the very tall poles as shown in this slide, can be delivered through bollard lighting, which can provide the necessary level of safety and security without causing harm to the nearby residents and excessive light pollution. So we're confident that that can be dealt with, and that we can come up with a more appropriate solution by way of a condition. And the next slide, please. I think we're coming towards the end now. So yeah, I just wanted to say a little bit, again, discussed in the report, but I just wanted to say, because it is a very important issue about the amenity impacts, particularly in respect of the nearest neighbouring residents. So again, we've just got the site plan, the proposed site plan, the existing location plan, and an aerial photo here. So just to reiterate really, that the proposed buildings are, in our view, a sufficient distance away from both the private garden areas and the actual buildings of all the nearest neighbouring properties. Particularly the nearest building to the EMAS site is Court Close, just to the north there. The position of the new building in relation to that, the angle would be such that the two-storey element of the building would be set a considerable distance away from the back of Court Chase, and at such an acute angle that it wouldn't have any significant impact on the amenity of that property. The new buildings have a comfortable separation distance from the main private garden areas of the properties on Alden Way and Castle Drive. The main area of land that would be impacted upon is the square, if in the aerial photo there, the sort of square undeveloped area of land in the middle of the site there. Now, we've received a additional objection from one of the properties on Alden Way since the report was published, and they are also, the owner of the property is also the owner of part of the square area of land in the centre there, and they're concerned about the impact of the developments upon that. Now, as we saw earlier, the part of the building that would replace the Riverside ward is a very comparable height to the Riverside ward. So there'd be no significant change in terms of the impact on views to the south of this piece of land. The proposed new building that replaces the EMAS building would be closer to the site boundary. So there would be a building closer to the boundary than is the case at the moment. So that would have some degree of impact. But I think it's important to remember that that area of land is not the part of the main garden area of the property that owns it on number 6 Alden Way. It's separate from the private residential curtilage. It obviously has some value as an amenity to the owners and residents of that property, but it's important to put it in context that it's not the main private garden area. So don't believe that the introduction of a building closer to the boundary of the site proposed would have any significant oppressive or overbearing impacts on the use of that piece of land. So overall, as set out in the report, we're comfortable that the impacts on the amenity, notwithstanding the issue of lighting that we discussed before, would be acceptable and there would be no significant adverse impacts. Okay, just the next slide, please, to wrap up, I think. Thank you for bearing with me. There's a lot to get through here. So yeah, just to sum up really, that it's a major development in the national park, and it would have impacts on heritage assets that need very careful consideration. But ultimately, we believe that the public benefits do outweigh the harms, and the application is recommended for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom, for that very detailed report. It's a major development, so there is quite a lot in there, as we would expect. We have two speakers on this, so these are both by a live telephone call, so bear with Alden House while they connect. And the first one is William Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Karen's just putting him through to the meeting now, so it'll just be hopefully a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay, it's for you.
Mr. Jones, can I just check that you're with us, please?
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. If you can just introduce yourself and let the members know if you are in favour of this application, please, just to check they can hear you.
Good morning. My name is William Jones. I'm Chief Operating Officer for the applicant, and absolutely in favour of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got thumbs up from the members. So, as my colleague has explained, you have 3 minutes to make a representation to the planning committee. When your 3 minutes ends, if you just hang up the phone call, and it'll take you out the meeting. So you can start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, my name is William Jones. I'm Chief Operating Officer for the Derbyshire Community Health Services NHS Foundation Trust. We are the applicants, and I thank you, committee, for allowing me to present this supporting statement. After extensive bid preparation and liaison in partnership with the East Midlands Ambulance Service, EMAS, the Derbyshire Community Health Service Foundation Trust, DCHS, have secured a multi-million-pound funding package from the Department of Health. That was back in late 2018 for us to develop a brand new health hub in Bakewell as part of the government's drive to transform health and social care for local communities, recognising that the existing facility at New Home Hospital, much loved as it has been for many generations, is now no longer fit for modern healthcare purposes. Detailed plans were subsequently developed between DCHS and EMAS to provide a modern base for a range of community health services and a new ambulance station serving the people of Bakewell and the Derbyshire Dales. This critically important development will secure the long-term future and viability of community-based healthcare services as part of a purpose-built facility on part of the current New Home site and the site of the ambulance station, as you have heard from Tom this morning. All services currently based at the New Home Hospital and the existing ambulance station will be re-provided at the new health hub. The existing 19th century New Home Hospital building was earmarked for closure as not suitable for the delivery of modern day healthcare, and this was agreed in a public consultation labelled as Better Care Closer to Home, which involved a full public consultation led by NHS commissioners in 2017. And the overall objective of transforming the delivery of local healthcare meant that the main New Home Hospital site needed to be re-provided. The New Home Hospital site is owned by NHS Property Services Limited. They are an agency of the Department of Health, and they've been closely involved and supportive of the scheme, evidenced by their sale of the Riverside ward to DCHS, as Thomas explained. NHS Property Services will decide, subject to planning considerations with yourselves, what happens to the main New Home site once the new health hub is completed and all services have moved into the new accommodation. We're very proud to unveil the long anticipated plans in November 2020, and we showcased the facilities and what they would look like. Despite the significant impact and challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we hosted a productive and virtual online consultation session assuring local people that our designs are sympathetic to local heritage and architecture were high on our agenda, as was building on the legacy left by the town's much-loved New Home Hospital. Samantha Westwell, the ambulance operations manager for the East Midlands Ambulance Service, has asked me to pass on that EMAS are excited to be working with DCHS, securing their future in Bakewell as part of the new modern healthcare hub. Collaborative working will undoubtedly build on our relationship and understanding of one another's organisations and the work we do to support our communities in the Dales. As well as this, crucially, this planning application has highlighted the NHS's commitment to developing facilities suitable to meet the needs of 21st century joined-up healthcare closer to home, ensuring the health services are retained in Bakewell. The support of the planning committee is necessary to ensure this retention is possible and of benefit to the immediate and nearby rural community. That ends my statement, and I thank you for allowing me to present this to you.
So thank you to Mr. Jones for his presentation there. Our next speaker is Sarah Clark, the agent, and again, it's a live telephone call. So just bear with us while we connect.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you've got.
And Mrs. Clark, can I just check that you are with us and you can hear us, please?
Good morning, yes.
Thank you very much. If you could just introduce yourself and let the members know if you're in favour of the application, please, just to check that they can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Clark, Planning and Design Group agent for the application and speaking in support.
Thank you. I've got thumbs up from the members so they can hear you. So I know my colleague has just briefly explained what will happen. So you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. 10 seconds before your 3 minutes is up, you'll hear a bell just to give you a 10-second warning. When your 3 minutes is up, if you just hang up the call, that'd be great. Thank you. So you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. The project team has worked closely with the applicant, Derbyshire Community Health Services NHS Foundation Trust, as well as EMAS, your planning officers, and in consultation with the local community to deliver this development, replacing substandard accommodation and relocating health services from the new home hospital site. As you are no doubt aware, approval of this development represents a huge investment in Bakewell, ensuring that existing healthcare facilities and emergency services are retained, carrying substantial weight in the planning balance. The principle of the development, its design, heritage impact, amenity and other technical considerations have been comprehensively addressed by this application. The proposed scheme follows officer advice received through extensive pre-application discussions and discussions throughout the course of this application. We have reached a mutually agreed way forward with your officers. All conceivable options have been explored in terms of building orientation, scale, massing and appearance. It is natural that existing residents are concerned to make sure that their residential amenity is protected, and we are confident that all aspects of design and the use of the site have been carefully considered to balance physical requirements for deliverability and amenity impact. The proposal is a continuation of existing uses on site. There are no amenity or other issues as a result of the proposal. Rather, the redevelopment increases separation distances and improves the appearance of the site overall. The Trust and EMAS need to be able to move forward to address key constraints they continue to face in terms of meeting modern healthcare requirements and well-being for NHS staff. The proposed development will create a high-quality environment, being a betterment to existing, retain local services and appropriately balance heritage considerations. The historic interest of the cart house is maintained through its retention in part. The rear element of the cart house is poor quality and lacking in utility. The public benefits of the proposal are clear and unwavering, and it is difficult to think of any more important public benefit than meeting an identified health service need. In accordance with national and local planning policy, there are no reasons why planning permission should be withheld. The proposed development is supported by your officers. There are no objections from statutory consultees. Your officers' report sets out the planning case clearly and recommends that the application be approved. I respectfully invite you to agree with your officer's recommendation, and thank you again for your time.
So thank you to Ms Clark for that. And we'll now move on to officers, to members' comments and questions. And I've got David Chapman and Andrew McCloy wanting to speak. So I'll start with David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start just by congratulating Tom Shields on the excellence of the report he put before us. It was informative, it was concise, it was detailed, and it certainly covered any questions I might have had for that. So thanks for that, Tom. If anything, the last 12 months has shown us is that the importance of this kind of service and the depth of this kind of service, even if this wasn't required by Bakewell anyway. I mean that this is needed in the town, and I'm sure the developers probably had to take this started this planning application well before that time anyway. But it is quite opportune that it is coming at this time. I'd like to just make one small suggestion, and I will move the officer recommendation, Chair, for this. One small sort of detail I'd like to point with the popularity of electric bicycles, would it be possible from the developer's point of view, and I wouldn't wish this to hamper the development at all, but where the cycles are going to be parked, put as the roofing material on that cycle area, so that it gives people charge points for electric bikes. Just a small detail, but all helps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, David. That's a reasonable comment. Thank you. We'll come back to that in a minute. I've got Andrew McCloy, William and Ken Smith waiting to speak. So Andrew McCloy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very happy to second this application. I think it's been well thought out, well designed. It's taken into account the amenity of local residents. I'm very happy to support this. I'm also very pleased to see how the developer and agents have worked with officers, and this scheme has improved as it's gone on. It's obviously vital for the local community, for Bakewell, so I've got no hesitation in supporting it. However, I've got 2 or 3 brief questions on access, highways and parking. I'd just like clarification on, please, Tom. Parking, first of all, will there be any restrictions on parking to prevent the new parking spaces being used by visitors to the town centre? Because we all know the parking problems around Bakewell, and I can see there is a danger that some unscrupulous visitors might leave their cars there to then walk into the town centre, who are not visiting the health centre. That's one question. Secondly, has the Highway Authority made any comment on the fact that the entrance or the access point to this new development seems to be directly opposite the entrance to the main drive to the National Park Office? I just think there's a potential kind of dangerous junction emerging there, but if the highways are happy with it, then I guess we have to go with it. And then thirdly, this is more of a comment, it's a shame that we don't feel that we are able to persuade the developer to fund improvements at the bus stop. Let's bear in mind that some of the users of this new health centre will be coming on foot and from the other side of Bakewell. I'm thinking of the large community that lives up around the Lady Manors area. Some of them will drive, some of them won't have cars, some of them will walk, some of them inevitably will get a bus. I think we should do everything we can to encourage as we are cycle visits and walking visits, and discourage people to drive there. This is, after all, a health centre, and it's a shame that we can't go the extra mile and improve the waiting area and the information and the provision for bus users. So that last one, Tom, is more of a comment, but I'd be interested in your view on that as well. But otherwise, Chair, very much in support of the application.
Thank you, Andrew. So, Tom, if you'd like to comment on what Andrew's just made there, and also a comment on solar panels for bike charging. And Ken Richardson, I've got your hand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, on the electric bike charging, I think that's a fair point. So we're recommending a condition that the solar panels and the electric vehicle charging points are basically to make sure they are put in, but they're not things that are just shown on the plans. We've no doubt from the discussions with the agent that they fully intend to put those in anyway, so I'm not casting any aspersions about the developer's intentions. But we could amend that condition if members thought it was reasonable and necessary to do so, to just widen that slightly to, as well as in electric vehicle charging points, to include electric cycle charging points, or at least if they're not feasible, an explanation of why not, perhaps. I think that's a perfectly reasonable suggestion. Parking management, again, a good point, and yeah, absolutely. The parking has been designed at a level to meet the needs of the building, and certainly not to meet general parking for visitors to Bakewell who aren't coming to the health centre. I guess so. That's very much a continuation of the existing situation, and we haven't had any specific details of how the parking will be managed, but the onus will very much be on the healthcare trust to put in a parking management plan, as they would now, to ensure that only authorised parking does happen. But I think that's something that we need to leave to them, rather than I think we would be kind of stretching our remit by including that as a planning condition. But it's absolutely something that needs very careful consideration by the healthcare trust. The issue of the access point, so the existing access point is to be used, but at the moment that's only used by the ambulance station. Obviously that generates a certain amount of traffic, but it's fair to assume that that existing access point will be used more frequently, as it will be the access for both the ambulance station and the healthcare centre now, whereas at the moment it is just for the ambulance station. But yes, the Highway Authority have given it careful consideration, and they've explained that they've taken into account the visibility from the access point and the likely intensification of traffic, and that the Highway Authority are comfortable with it. So yeah, we're satisfied that that's okay. The bus stop's a really interesting one, and I think I basically agree with you, Andrew, that it would be great to see it enhanced. But the question we've got to ask for the purpose of the application, is it essential to the acceptability of the development for that bus stop to be upgraded? And I think we have to take the view as set out in the report that it's not essential for us to require that as part of the development. Obviously the bus stop's already there, and perhaps if we're looking at an entirely new site, there would be more justification for doing that. But because it is the relocation of the existing services, I just don't think that we could make a condition stand up, unfortunately. I mean, obviously the applicants are listening. If they were willing and able to do that, then that would be really good to see. But I don't think we can insist on it under the planning application, unfortunately.
Thank you, Tom. Ken Smith, please. Sorry, Ken Smith,
Thank you, Chair. Again, as others have, I express my gratitude in some respects to the applicants for the way they've designed, and the architects for the way they've designed the building to not to impact on the principal buildings, listed buildings on the site. I'm pleased to hear the proposed condition about the boundary wall. I had raised that as an issue as to why it should, the proposal for being that it should be demolished. So I welcome that that condition, not least because if we can get some kind of structural engineer report on the likelihood of collapse, then any decision on listed building consent, which is obviously the next item, would be evidence-based rather than, if you like, on say-so. As to the cart shed, from a cultural heritage perspective, that you won't be surprised to hear that I lament what is being proposed, a loss of 40% of that curtilage listed building. I think that one of the things I would perhaps like Tom to pursue with the applicant is to why the proposed new gable is oblique to the area. I know that to an extent it reflects the existing, but I wondered if it was providing a sight line for the proposed pedestrian access as was, and if that is now going to be moved to the north of the cart shed, as I understand to be the case, access via a footbridge, whether in fact it will be more appropriate to square off that gable to retain more of the slightly more of the cart shed than otherwise would be the case. For that area of the cart shed that is going to go, given that the proposal is to put something into the tarmac to reflect where the boundary wall went, I do wonder whether it might be possible to do the same for the footprint of the cart shed, so that we have a relic of its presence there. So no one is misled into thinking that what will be the existing cart shed was what it was originally. I think it's important, as an aside almost, but paragraph 79 of the report and the agent's comments about it being the cart shed being of inferior quality, inferior build, paragraph 79, which suggests that in some respects that the cart shed is not very important because it's an ancillary building. I think we mustn't lose sight of the fact that it provides information about how the site overall functioned in the past and what provisions were made and how and from where. It's not just about the principal elements of the site or the, if you like, the polite landscape of the formal gardens. That site was designed as a whole, as a unit, and the cart shed had an integral part to play within that. So we mustn't, just because it's perceived now perhaps to be slightly less important, we mustn't let that influence our view of it. As I've said, I welcome the proposal for a footbridge to the north of the building and the not puncturing that significant wall to the south of the cart shed. And as and I understand the need to and welcome the continued provision of healthcare in Bakewell that the new build will represent, and the continued provision of the ambulance service. So on balance, even though I lament the heritage impacts, I will support the application. The final comment I would make is just on the lighting, and I wonder whether, in whatever provision is made to a lighting plan, whether any of it or all of it or proportion of it could be movement activated to minimise even further the light pollution. Just a thought, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Can I move on to William, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll go straight on to the lighting. It's been mentioned about this place will only be used in sort of daylight hours, but when you think it gets dark at about 3, 4 o'clock, and people come in here, these bollard lights are all right, but there'll be quite a number of strangers coming to this building, and I can see that it's a question of where do I go and all the rest of it. And some of them may not be able to see particularly well. And the health service, the way it is, I can see sort of the hours of business may be extended somewhat. So there'll be more darkness. Let's put it like that. The bollards are all right at low level pedestrian precincts. but they're no use for people coming who may not be familiar with the site. And I think, all right, we've got a dark sky policy and all the rest of it, but it needs to be well lit. Charging points, well, you've only mentioned 6. Well, the major manufacturers are talking all electric by 2030. And no doubt this building will be in existence for a lot longer. And I propose that we should have maybe a dozen rather than 6. It's going to be an ambulance station as such. So I just wondered what the parking provision for ambulances are, and is that included in the 54 spaces? Because an ambulance is quite a big thing. And the other thing is, it's on item 108 about the drainage. It is a low-lying area, and there's going to be a lot of surface water if it rains, and there'll have to be a very good details of a drainage strategy here, probably far more than meets the eye. So that's just one or two of my observations. Thank you.
Thank you, William. I'll move on to Ken Richardson, please.
Thank you. I was going to bring up the EV charging points, either public or staff, and is 6 enough for a 54 car park? The other thing, the cart house, I wonder if we can arrange for it to be surveyed before it's lost forever and recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I'm sure it'll be surveyed. Can I just go back to Tom, if he wants to comment on any of those last 3 questions?
Yeah, so just to clarify the point about the cart shed and the chamfering of the gable end wall inside of the site that Ken mentioned. Actually, as proposed, it was originally to be squared off, and it was at the request of our conservation officers that it was made chamfered to reflect the existing situation. I think, though, the idea about some demarcation on the floor of the footprint of the cart shed, I think that's a really good idea. And I think the condition that refers to the line of details of the line of the boundary wall, I think that can very easily be extended to include the cart shed, and we should certainly do that. The lighting, yeah, I take those points on board. Certainly both the suggestion of motion activated and also William's point that is obviously needs to be enough lighting to function safely and securely. And I'm confident that through discussions, we'll certainly take both those points on board, and through discussions, I'm confident that we can come up with a scheme that achieves an appropriate balance between controlling light pollution and protecting amenity, and also making sure that the building is, does function well, including in especially in winter during the reduced daylight hours. Now, the electric vehicle charging point, I mean, I guess it's open to members. If there is a strong view that it needs more than 6 charging points to make it acceptable, then yeah, I'm kind of happy to leave that up to members. I would make the point, though, that obviously it's a fair point that, yeah, in the future, we will expect to see a lot more electric vehicles on the road. I think there could be a danger, though, that if we ask for too many, that we end up installing a load of charging points that don't get used, and by the time there is demand for them, they've potentially become obsolete and would need replacing anyway. So I think my personal view is that 6 is a reasonable number for now, and I guess a message to the developer to encourage them to install more as and when demand increases. There are permitted development rights for electric vehicle charging points, so the developer wouldn't need planning permission to come back in for more if they chose to do so in the future. So, like I say, for me, 6 is reasonable for now, but if members felt strongly that it should be more, then that is open to you to make that call. Was there anything else I missed? Sorry.
I think you've got most of it there, Tom. Thank you. I mean, I would agree with you that I think 6 is adequate now, and there's always the opportunity to put more in if they're needed. But can I just go back to Andrew McCloy, who's just had his hand up there, please?
Chair, yes, I was just going to agree. I think Thomas probably got it right on the electric charging points. And let's not forget, what we want to do ultimately is to discourage people driving in the first place. We'd much rather they walk, cycle, or get the bus to the health centre. So I think, Tom, that's a pragmatic call by you.
Thank you, Andrew. Ken, quick one.
Yes, I hope so, Chair. Just in the if this is approved, the conservation area boundary will become redundant. Are we planning to revise it for clarity purposes?
I think that'll be one for Brian, is it?
Thanks, yeah. It might just be worth minuting it, and just so it's there as a note, so we can take that back as an action for the cultural heritage team. But yeah, I think we will need some clarity after this. So yeah, worth minuting.
Thank you very much. So the motion for acceptance of the recommendation.
Chair, I've had my hand up ages.
I'm sorry, Kath, I can't see you, and it's not showing. So yeah, please speak.
Can you see me? Yeah.
No.
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 Well,
So
my video's on.
Just speak, please, Kath.
All right then. I have the same concerns as Ken, and I really think this is an application we should have all been allowed to have gone on site visits. To me, it's crucial that some areas which are protected are now losing their protection, and I find that on a grade 2 building that is unsatisfactory. I've got lots of points, but being as you're more or less at the end of this, I'll not continue. But I would like to think that all 4 points of Bakewell Town Council are covered, and I do agree that the parking is a problem. I have often been up to the golf club, and people park right up to the golf club, even in the car park at times when it should be only for golfers. And all around that area, people will prefer to park on road instead of pay. And I think there's going to be a real problem here unless something is resolved. So that's my main concern, parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kath. Just looking at what Bakewell Town Council were concerned about, I think most of those have been covered, but as you emphasise, parking is an important one. So if there's no further comments, anybody else that I've missed that I haven't seen with a hand up, please shout. We'll go to the vote. So we've got 2 votes to take because we've got item 5, which is the planning application, and item 6, which is the listed building application. It's been proposed and seconded. We have amendments to conditions for the planning application, which look at the wall and recycling. Is that right, Tom? Tom's disappeared.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, so 2 extra conditions, and also to increase the scope of the condition that refers to the demarcation of the boundary wall that's to be removed to include the footprint of the cart shed, and to include consideration for electric bike charging points along with the electric vehicle and solar PV condition.
Right, so that's for item 5. So we'll take a vote on item 5 now then, please, if we can go to Alden House.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining from approval of officer recommendation, please. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Brady.
For.
Councillor Chaplin.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Ms Harlin.
For.
Councillor Huddlestone.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Mr Smith.
4.
Councillor Warmby,
4.
and Mr. Helliwell.
4.
That's carried unanimously, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to item 6, which is listed building approval. And again, there'll be an amendment to the conditions there, which relates to the boundary wall. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Chair.
And it's just the boundary wall on that one.
Yes, yeah.
So again, it's been, we have a proposer and a seconder. So over to Alden House for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check with Reg quickly? Reg, the proposer and seconder was for item 5. Does that stand for item 6 as well, please? Or do we need
Thank you,
another
Anna.
proposer and seconder?
Well, it's really for the proposer and seconder to clarify that, but my understanding was that it's for both.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. And David's saying yes to the proposal. So we're okay. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for checking there.
No, thank you. So again, I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining from approval of officer recommendation. Councillor Armitage.
4.
Councillor Brady.
4.
Councillor Chaplin.
4.
Councillor Chapman.
4.
Ms Harlin.
4.
Councillor Huddlestone.
4.
Councillor McCloy.
4.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
4.
Councillor Richardson.
4.
Mr Smith.
4.
Councillor Warmby.
4.
And Mr Helliwell.
4.
That's carried unanimously again, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. So thank you very much for that. Officers have spent a lot of time on that, I do know. So, and it's good to reach a positive conclusion for Bakewell. We're now going to take 10 minutes break. So if we can come back for 11:35, please. Thank you. And just switch off your videos and mute the mics. Me. Okay, are we all right to resume at Alden House?
Yeah, we
Thank
are
you.
ready, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on to item 7, and this is a full application for conversion of a barn to a dwelling house at Olds Barn, Greenlow, Allsop, Onley-Dale. And again, this is Tom's department.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Just wait a moment for the presentation. In fact, whilst we're waiting for the presentation, actually, a couple of updates, and I can be running through those without the slides in front of us. So the first point to raise is in the report. You'll see that it says the no response has been received from the parish council. Since the publication of the report, the clerk of the parish council has contacted us to let us know that they do support the application, and they had submitted a representation in support of the application on the 17th of January. Unfortunately, we've looked into this and it's not reached us. So we're continuing to look into why that was the case, why we never received their representation, see if there's anything that needs to be done differently to make sure that we do receive them in the future, or if it was just a one-off. So we'll continue to get to the bottom of that. But the key point to make you aware of is that the parish council do indeed support it, and their comment is that the parish council support this application as it would stop the stone barn becoming derelict, and the parish council hope the plans won't be amended. So just to clarify that the parish do indeed support the application. Then the other issue to make members aware of is you'll see in the report that we're recommending this application for refusal on 5 different grounds. Now, as we'll come on to during the presentation, the first 2 reasons for refusal in our view are fundamental issues about the harm caused by the domestication of this historic field barn and the harm caused by the domestication of this agricultural landscape. So we don't believe that those reasons for refusal can be overcome. The other 3 reasons for refusal are more technical issues to do with either insufficient or inadequate information having been provided in the application, and they relate to the lack of a sufficient heritage statement, highways concerns due to inadequate visibility having been demonstrated, and also a lack of sustainability measures to address policy CC1. Now, quite late yesterday afternoon, we received some additional information from the applicant's agent, which comprises of an updated heritage statement, some additional information about visibility, and some additional sustainability measures to address policy CC1. Now, we've obviously, because they came in very late yesterday afternoon, we've had no opportunity whatsoever to review the updated information. So we can't say if reasons for refusal 3, 4 and 5 have been addressed, or if they still exist as reported. So really, the main point for us is that the fundamental issues of this not being a suitable location for a residential dwelling still stand. So we're still recommending the application for refusal. And I guess it's just something for members to bear in mind. If members were to take a different view on reasons for refusal 1 and 2, then perhaps the way forward would be to defer the application for us to look at those technical issues. Whereas if members agree with us that this is an unsuitable location for a residential dwelling because of the landscape impacts and the impacts on the building itself, then I think that the right decision would be to refuse it. So just to bear that in mind, and I guess we can come back to this depending on members' views later on in the discussion. Okay, thank you. So the application site is Old Barn. It's a small historic agricultural building that lies about 1 kilometre outside of the village of Allsop, and it's to the western side of the A515. So as you can see here, the barn itself is set back about 55 metres from the A515, with a field gate adjacent to the main road, and then there's another field gate further back in the site that provides access to the site itself. Okay, next one, please. This is the existing plan, so you can see the A515 just on the right hand side of the slide, and then the agricultural fields that the barn is set in, with the boundary wall running along the southern edge of the site. And the next one, please. And this is the proposed block plan. So the proposal is to convert the barn into a single open market residential dwelling, and as part of the scheme, it's proposed to use the existing provide a parking area to the front of the building. So you see the 2 cars parked there, with garden areas around it as well. Okay, next one, please. So just got some photographs here. So this, you can see the barn kind of in the centre of this slide, with this group of trees on the left hand side of the building, and then the building is just to the side of those. So really this photo just shows how open and isolated a location the building is in. So there aren't any other residential properties within this viewpoint. It very much sits alone within the agricultural landscape setting. So at the moment, the barn in its current form, simple and traditional form, without any parking or lighting, makes a positive contribution to the agricultural landscape character of the area. And as set out in the report, we've got significant concerns about how both the character of the building and the character of the agricultural landscape would be changed as a result of domesticating the building and the area around the building through the introduction of lighting and car parking and garden areas. Okay, next one, please. We've just got some more photos to look at. This is a view from the Tissington Trail, so you can see the site is clearly visible from the Tissington Trail, a distance about 300 metres, I believe it is. And again, this just shows how the field barn sits in isolation from other buildings at the moment, and how it's unarguably an agricultural landscape at the moment. So again, it's just to highlight the concern that we have about changing the building from an agricultural building to a domestic one in this particular landscape setting, and the harm that would cause. Okay, next one, please. So this is taken from the looking from within the site, so with you back to the A515, looking up to the barn. So you can see it's a simple and traditional building with stone walls and a fairly typical arrangement of the openings to the barn. Okay, next one, please. And again, just a closer view of the same shot. Next one, please. It's the side elevation. And the next one, please. That's the back of the building. See, the building's in reasonable condition, although it appears that the roof is showing some signs of failure. But most of the building is still in reasonable condition. Next one, please. That's the front. Next one, please. And this is the view from the side within the adjacent field. That's the area that would be given over to car parking at the front of the building. So again, it's the we're very concerned about the change of the character of the site once the cars and domestic paraphernalia are introduced. And particularly in this setting, we're very concerned about the introduction of artificial lighting in a landscape where none exists at present due to the absence of any other buildings. We feel that that would be a significant change to the character of the site and the landscape. Next one, please. This is inside of the building, just to show it's typical of a field barn at the upper part of the building. It's entirely open at the moment. So as we've discussed in the report, because we haven't got a sufficient heritage statement, it's impossible for us to say whether or not the conversion that is proposed is the right thing to do for this building in terms of the impact of any features of significance in the building. So for barn conversions, we require a heritage statement that identifies what the main features of significance of the building are and how the proposed conversion would impact on those issues of those particular features of significance. But certainly until yesterday afternoon, at least, there was an absence of a sufficient heritage statement, and we've not had the opportunity to review yet the updated heritage statement. Okay, next one, please. And this is a view from with you back to the building, looking back towards the A515. So again, as set out in the report, the Highway Authority have raised concerns about insufficient visibility lines having been demonstrated, which again is one of the reasons for refusal as things stand. Like I say, we have received some additional information, but I can't tell you what that is yet because we've not had opportunity to review it since we received it late yesterday. But as based on the information that we had before us to allow us to assess it, then our concern is that the visibility for the proposed access is insufficient and would result in harm to highway safety. Okay, next one, please. And this again is just to show the visibility, so you can see how the road bends around. It's a 50-mile-an-hour road, the A515. So there are standards for the length of the visibility displays which aren't met based on the information we had prior to yesterday. Next one, please. And again, that's the visibility the other direction. Next one, please. Okay, so just in terms of what is proposed, it's a reasonably simple conversion scheme. So this is just the existing ground floor plan, the layout of the barn. Next one, please. And the proposed ground floor plan. So you can see it's proposed to introduce subdivision to create the bedrooms and bathroom to the ground floor. Again, as I was saying before, we just don't know if these internal alterations are sympathetic to the historic character of the building or not, and if they would preserve the main issues of significance of the building, because the heritage assessment that we had prior to yesterday was not of sufficient quality or detail to allow us to make that assessment. Next one, please. And the first floor plan, this is what we were looking at in the photos with the exposed rafters and the single open space, fairly typical of a loft on the first floor of a barn. Next one, please. And again, you can see the subdivision to provide living and kitchen spaces within the first floor. Next one, please. And in terms of the existing and proposed north elevations, so as we'll go through these, you'll see it's proposed just to reuse the existing openings. You can just quite quickly run through the existing proposed plans. They're self-explanatory. And the next one, please. And the next one. And the next one. So again, like I say, you can just see it's proposed to reuse that large opening on the gable end elevation. Next one, please. See on the front and rear elevations, similar story, that it's proposed to reuse the existing openings. Next one, please. And the next one. And again, this final one should be the proposed east elevation. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the physical alterations, they appear to be relatively sympathetic to the building, but we just don't have the information to enable an informed assessment in terms of the historic fabric of the building and issues, certainly features internally. But notwithstanding that, in any case, converting this building into a domestic dwelling is going to result in significant change to its character, even if the external alterations appear to be fairly sympathetic. And the main issues, as I mentioned earlier, are the introduction of lighting, parking, domestic paraphernalia, which, because this site is so remote, is going to have such a significant impact and such a significant change on the character and landscape of this site and the landscape character of the immediate area. Okay, next one, please. And this is just to show the visibility displays as proposed, which don't meet the standards, which have resulted in the Highway Authority objecting to the scheme, which is why there's a highways-based reason for refusal. Next one, please. And it's a proposed landscaping plan, so it is proposed to introduce some new planting, but we don't feel that that would mitigate the harm of the change to the character of the barn and the site. You see the parking spaces in front, the garden area to the rear. Okay, next one, please. And then this is just back to the view of the Tissington Trail to finish. So to conclude, as I say, we have significant concerns about the creation of a residential dwelling in this isolated, remote and prominent agricultural location, and the harm that conversion of this barn to a residential dwelling would create in this particular location. So reasons, as mentioned at the start, reasons for refusal set in the report, numbers 1 and 2, can't be overcome in our view. The other 3 reasons for refusal are more technical issues, if you like, that potentially could be addressed with more detailed information, which we have received some information yesterday, but can't actually report to you on whether or not reasons for refusal 3, 4 and 5 have been addressed sufficiently. Even if they had, we would still be recommending refusal based on grounds 1 and 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. We've 3 speakers on this, 4 actually. The first is 2 together, so that's Emma and Alan Walker, and this is a statement to be read out by Democratic Services, please.
This is a statement from Mr. and Mrs. Walker regarding item 7. I write in favour of Olds Barn as the hopeful new owner. I am the daughter of the owner and have wanted to live in this barn as long as I can remember. My family have lived and farmed in the area for many generations. This barn has long been a wonderful addition to landscape, but the simple answer now is unless we can convert it into a home, it will simply fall down and become an eyesore. There is regular evidence of trespassers, and as the barn becomes more unsafe, railings will need to be put round to keep trespassers out, making it more unsightly. There is simply no other use for it. It isn't suitable for modern farming. They have tried to sell it at auction with absolutely no interest. My parents don't have the funds to do anything with it. I appreciate that Peak Park note it's elevated in the landscape and the conversion will do harm to the landscape, but surely its position in the landscape makes all the more reason to sensitively convert rather than having a ruin, because when it does fall down, it will be such an eyesore in the position it's in. We have had tremendous support from the local community who actually want to see this converted into a home for a local family rather than having yet another barn fall down and having another ugly ruin on the doorstep. As the barn is in a state of decay, surely it is the benefit to secure the structure so it can continue to add a positive contribution to the historic character and appearance of the landscape and save it from becoming lost forever. There has been major works permitted less than half a mile up the road at Rivendale, holiday lodges, bridges and a new building, all visible from the road and trail, which also add to lighting at night. These works were fiercely opposed by locals, but it still gained permission. Why are locals not allowed to save a derelict building from being lost, but large holiday companies are allowed to add new buildings into the landscape? Please allow me and my family to move back to our roots in what is an impossible area to find a family home due to the extremely low housing stock and extortionate housing prices. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The next speaker is Richard Fitzherbert, which should be a video recording.
Hello,
Thank you.
members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak in favour of this application. As you may know or may not know, my name is Richard Fitzherbert. I'm the elected District Councillor on the Derbyshire Dales, and I have been for 10 years representing the Dovedale and Parwich ward. And also upon the Dale is one of the villages in my ward. I'm standing here outside Olds Barn in support of this application to retain, conserve and renovate this wonderful vernacular property on the farming holding of the Bradbury family. It's been in their ownership for over 100 years. And the application is to turn the barn into a home for their daughter Emma and her young family so they can grow up on the family farm and absorb the childhood that she and her siblings had in Allsop a few years ago. She will also help on the farming operations. I'm disappointed that this strong application has been recommended for refusal. I now invite the members present to overturn this recommendation for the following reasons, as in my opinion, it's a finely balanced matter of judgment here. The reasons for refusal are on page 2 of the report, as you know. 1, the report suggests that this application would harm the building. It's clearly not suitable for agriculture and it should be allowed to evolve. This use would save the building rather than harm it. 2, only 9 miles away, you as the same authority gave consent to Emmett's Barn at Winster. It seems to me that this is a very similar application and a conversion as promised would serve to conserve this building. 3, the application lists a number of positive aspects of renovating and restoring the building. For the Bradbury family to do nothing is for them to abrogate their responsibility for this building. Knowing the family as I do, they only want the best for this property. 4, access. Already farm vehicles and other traffic turn into this track that was created hundreds of years ago. The Highway Authority have said that with subtle amendments, the application, if accessed, would be accessible. I suggest this can be conditioned. 5, the Bradbury family have demonstrated on the holding with their array of solar panels that it will be as efficient and sustainable as this building will allow. I do not think that this is an unsurmountable problem. And so, members, if you refuse the application, you only have to glance 500 yards away to the east of the 515 to see a development that you have approved. You can't quite see it, but it's just beyond those cars there. And it's called the Rivendell Holiday Resort. If you look at their stunning website, it reads, our range of holiday accommodation offers stunning views, beautifully decorated interiors, and everything you need for a self-catering breakaway, including a fully equipped kitchen for you to cook up a storm, your open-plan living spaces for epic group get-togethers, and your private decking. Super stuff. And me now, as your chair of the tourist board locally, marketing Peak District of Derbyshire, I'm thrilled that we have more excellent accommodation for visitors. But what can you give to a honest, hard-working, local family who farm? I suggest Olds Barn.
So thank you to Sir Richard Fitzherbert. And next we've got Mr. Foote with a written statement read out by Democratic Services.
This is a statement from Mr. Foote regarding item 7. The applicant's family have been attempting to move to the area they grew up in for years. Over the past 18 months, the only suitable property on the market has been in Hopedale and priced at £325,000. This is unaffordable for the applicant. Olds Barn has been in the family's ownership for decades. The conversion of the barn is the most suitable option for creating a home for their young family. We had assessed converting the barn to a local needs dwelling, but were advised that the policy only applies to properties with an internal floor space of 97 square metres and below. Olds Barn is 114 square metres, and reducing the floor area through demolition will be catastrophic to the structure. Whilst the previously approved Emmett's Barn was successful as conversion to local needs dwelling, the similarities between the two schemes are obvious. The historical agricultural character of Emmett's Barn was not deemed to have been lost by its conversion. Emmett's barn is closer to the road and offers no landscaping to conceal the dwelling. The layout of the courtyard, parking, bin store, etc. are almost identical to the proposal. We previously provided a landscaping scheme, including planting to help screen Olds Barn. If insufficient, this could be conditioned to improve the screening. We have received comments related to the barn being isolated. We disagree when assessing the surrounding infrastructure. The barn is 51 metres away from and has an established access to the A515. There is a bus stop 250 metres away from the application site, linking Olds Barn to Ashbourne and Bakewell. Pine View is a neighbouring property less than 150 metres away, and there are a further 10 residential dwellings 500 metres away on Crosslow Lane. Further information has been submitted in relation to highways, heritage and climate change. We hope additional information required can be conditioned if the committee sees fit to approve the application. The heritage statement completed by the Jessup Consultancy states that the harm caused by domestication of the barn will be outweighed by ensuring its long-term conservation, overall constituting a positive historic effect. Without approval, the barn, its historical agricultural character and the opportunity for a local family to afford housing will be lost. There have been many letters of support for the conversion from local people who do not want to see the barn become a ruin, nor members of their community forced to leave the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for that. Return to the full screen shortly and open to members for questions, comments. I'll start with Annabelle. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stopping my video because my signal seems to be a little difficult. I'm very interested in these field barns and their future, and I can see that to a certain extent we're choosing between, in 10 years, a barn like this being a ruin or being inhabited with controlled domestication to mitigate the impact on the landscape. This particular application, there are obviously some issues with it and some information received late, so I imagine we will have to at the very least defer so that that can be taken into account. I do think that there is some discussion to be had about the future of these barns, and I know I've corresponded a bit with Brian about this, particularly where there's a local or family need. These barns on family farms as an option for housing a younger family. Is there a way that we can meet this need, preserve the heritage in the barn to the extent that we can, and control domestication around the barn to mitigate the impact on the landscape? That doesn't seem like an absolutely impossible situation, and it would help to house local families and also to preserve the heritage of these sites. So yes, I think there's a wider point here. This particular application, I think we're going to have to defer so that the additional information can be taken into account, unless it is refused out just due to the fact that it is a field barn, an isolated field barn, and goes against policy. It would go against policy to develop it at this point. But I would definitely support some of the points made by the speakers, and that you know, we need to look at this in the round and choose between having a ruined barn in 10 years and having an inhabited barn with controlled domestication around it.
Thank you, Annabelle. I've got Patrick and William wanting to speak. So Patrick next then, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I'd echo much of what Annabelle's just said, actually, but there is an issue. I mean, there's an issue here about the consistency of our approach for a start, because we undoubtedly do approve barn conversions in the open countryside and put domestic uses in them when we wish to do so. And the real question, I think, with this one is why we would do it in other cases and why we wouldn't do it here. I'm not sure that I'm convinced by the isolation argument with this. There were some very good photographs shown to us, but just across the field, there is a, I guess, 1920s, 30s house stuck on the side of the road, not very far from this. And then we've had the descriptions given of Rivendale and so on and so forth. It's not that isolated. In my view, it's a very fine barn. It's one that I know very well because I drive past it very, very often. What I'm not getting out of the report we've got in front of us is how important it is. We're told it's a heritage asset. Some heritage assets in the form of barns, we really fight to preserve. And just to give you one example, we've got the barn at Housley, which for a long time went through the kind of hurdles that this is going through at the moment. But when we realized it was under threat, we permitted it and we put conditions on it, or a condition on it, limiting all the domestic paraphernalia and so on and so forth, because it was a barn which we really thought was worth keeping. What we're not told in this report is whether we do think it's a barn that's worth keeping, even though it's a heritage asset, or whether we're not bothered about whether it falls down or not. But if we think it's a barn that's worth keeping, then we need to be told how it can be done. And as we heard from the last full authority meeting, when we had 2 very expensive applications for grants, we can't do that across the board. And it still relies upon a landowner to provide the rest of the money. So I'm in some confusion here about why we would not try and create a use in this barn that will preserve it for the foreseeable future. And we know, because we've tried it in the past, I mean, it's not just the Housley barn. There was a barn at Fallowfield called Sycamore Barn, right in the middle of a field, which we permitted. And all we did there was to put a condition on saying, here be the boundary of the garden. We've done it with other barns. I cannot understand why it is that we would say no to this barn. And it must either be because we don't think it's important enough to preserve, or because there's some other feature which singles it out from the others, which means that we're happy for it to fall down. I don't understand the report we have in front of us.
Thank you, Patrick. William?
Yes, I agree to a certain extent with what Patrick's had to say, and I wholeheartedly agree to what the speakers have said. I look at these barns as heritage assets, and if they aren't kept up, they'll just end up as a heap of rubble. Now, if you look at this barn, I know we have to look at each individual one in turn, and the application which is on the table. As far as I'm concerned, you don't need to look very far. If you look at the beams inside, they are quite unique, the way they're done. And also, if you look at the actual outside, the windows and doorways, they've got some very good coins on the side. The only thing I can see that's wrong with it is on the gable ends, there's a very large crack running up. And Annabelle mentioned in the next 10 years, it'll fall down. Well, I think it'll be nearer 5 years by the look of it. It's a young family. They from the area, and we need to encourage them. The prices of these properties roundabout are sky high, and these young people who want to work in the area on the farm, you know, they're up against a mountain in actual fact, and they're confined to living in caravans in the farmyard and things like that. And these barns should be looked after, and people should be encouraged to preserve them, and these can be done. As regards the highways, well, that can be sorted. You know, all you have to do is to move the wall back slightly, and you've got the visibility displays right. If you stand there and actually look at the entrance, you can see a fair way both ways, and you'd have to be doing a hell of a speed down that road if you know, to mitigate what the highways say. So as far as I can see, it's a damn good asset, this, and it needs preserving.
Thank you, William. Tom, can I just come back to you? William did mention about farms and linking this to a farm. There isn't any link to a farm anywhere, is there, with this?
No, and it's it's really important to remember this is neither an application for a farm workers dwelling or an affordable local needs dwelling. Yeah, obviously understand that the applicant has local connections, but this is a proposal for an open market dwelling. It could be, it could be sold on and lived in by anyone. As the speaker mentioned, it's not a building that would be suitable as an affordable local needs dwelling anyway. It's too big, and given it's a detached field barn in such an attractive setting, and combine that with the size of it, the fact it's a detached building, there's no way that it would remain affordable in perpetuity if we were to go down the route of an affordable local needs dwelling either. So that's not an option here.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for that clarification. Ken Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I sympathise with some of the views expressed by members. I think the consistency issue, which is one that's raised almost every planning committee, I think for me it's something of a chimera, because we seek to be consistent, but at the same time we acknowledge that every planning application has to be dealt with on its own merit. So each planning application is almost by definition unique. So therefore consistency, I think, is something quite difficult to achieve. And I think, what is it, I would ask, what is it that we're looking to achieve in being consistent? Is it to do with place, or is it to do with policy? And from my perspective, it's the application of policy that is the consistency that we should be striving to achieve, rather than comparing one place with another. I mean, we've heard already today several speakers compare barn conversion with a significant development in a quarry. I mean, you cannot compare chalk with cheese, which I suggest is being done on those occasions. So I think we need to, yes, perhaps we do need to examine in more detail what we are looking to achieve. But I would suggest it's the application of policy. And in this instance, I think this property in the middle of nowhere, almost, is development of it for the purposes being applied for is inappropriate. The principle is wrong. It's remote. It is just up the road from as Patrick has said, a 1920s or 30s property. We weren't in existence then. We had no control over what was done in the landscape. I think we have to look back to our statutory purposes and our duty. Our second statutory purpose is to conserve the landscape, the natural environment, and the cultural heritage. And those, where there is a conflict, override the duty to address the social and economic elements. It's an unpalatable aspect for some, and I acknowledge that. But it's nevertheless, that's what's in statute, which governs our approaches. And I think no one is happy to see a barn like this fall into ruin. But I think we have to consider, what is the lesser of two evils? Is it a building that does unfortunately fall into ruin, which I certainly wouldn't be happy to see, or is it one that's converted to a dwelling which has a significant impact on this remote landscape in perpetuity? I think there's every reason for looking at ways of conserving properties, and I think that's in the responsibility of the owners and the applicants, rather than in the responsibility of the authority to make those kinds of suggestions. No one's happy to see it fall down, But you know, that may well be the inevitable result of the fact that the 19th century or earlier building is no longer has a function in 21st century agricultural regimes. So I think there are difficulties. I mean, the very fact that this property has this little enclosure associated with it, what's known as an out farm in some circles, that's created for stock management because the building is remote from a farmstead. It remains remote from a farmstead. If it wasn't for that property just down the road, there wouldn't be any other properties in the immediate vicinity. So I think sadly the principle of development of this building is not appropriate. And if necessary, I'm willing to move the recommendation, Chair.
And Ken, can I now go to Brian and William? I see you've got your hand up again, so I'll come back to you in a minute.
I've had my hand up ages, Robert.
Kath, we can't see you. So I'll go to Brian now and I'll come back to Kath and then William.
Thanks, Chair. Just briefly on the approach to policy on this, because I'm familiar when we were developing the policy for conversions. At an earlier stage, we did kind of ask a question whether we should actually put into the policy more spatial guidance. You know, where would be the best places? Thinking that would answer some of these questions now. The answers we got back from the representations and the member decision was to leave that more for criteria based to make judgments on these. So we shouldn't just say remote barns should never be developed, and that sorry, can you hear me? Should I turn I'll turn my video off for a little bit. So I think the question does come back to judgments that lead to the decision on what we mean by isolation, harm, sensitivity, and how these barns read in the landscape. So I'm familiar with some that have been approved, including the Housley barn and including one or two on the edge of Bakewell, which read in the context of edge of settlement or building groups. I think when we've seen this one, it's different in that respect. It does read as a more isolated building. So it isn't just about the building quality in that respect. It's about how it reads in the landscape, and that is a judgment that's made. Just one other point on comparison to the Winster case, which is being regarded as similar, and there were similar concerns raised about readability. And it is difficult, coming back to Annabelle's point about how we do control domestication. Once the principle is accepted, changes do creep and change. So that is difficult. I know in the Winster case, I think they did make use of out barn style walls to try and contain the parking, and that's similar at Housley. And my preference, if it was to go more in principle support, would be to use that technique rather than landscape features, which aren't how we would currently read that barn. We read that barn as a feature in the landscape, and I think to try and hide it and disguise it would be the wrong approach. So that's just my thoughts on isolation and readability. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Kath, we still can't see you, but you're free to speak now, please.
Can you see me now?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Well, I'm turned on.
No.
I'm on, but I'll speak. There were actually 2 barns at Windsor, and I was on the authority when this all happened. And the first one went to appeal, and it was approved. And ironically, that approval from the inspectorate was on the back of the planning papers for the second one at Windsor, and which I used and went for approval of the second one. The only thing was that they mustn't have a washing line. So there are ways and means, but I do find it perverse and duplicitous. We can unanimously approve destroying part of a building and part of a wall in the last application, And then we look at this in an entirely different light. This is trying to restore something. So I find it very, very difficult to want to let a building, a good building, just fall down. And I would agree totally with Annabelle and the other speakers who think we should do something with this and look at our policies again. There's nothing worse than driving around the Beat Park and seeing dilapidated barns. It doesn't look well, it doesn't speak well, and we need to get to grips with what to do with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. And we'll now go to William then, please.
Well, as far as I can see, we've only got half the tale here, and I think it would be better if we deferred this rather than just turning it down till we've got all the information in front of us, and then we can make a proper decision. And I move a motion to defer this.
We've already got a motion on the floor, which is to accept the recommendation.
It hasn't been.
So I should ask, is there anyone to second that? Andrew McCloy, thank you. Andrew, do you want to speak? Sorry, yes, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I will. I'll second this because if it wins or if it falls, then we've got a a decision, and we can move on from there. Because yet again, we're in a position where these isolated field barns are causing us a real headache, but it's an inevitable headache. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of these field barns. They're a really important piece of the built landscape. But we can't, just because we've got hundreds and hundreds, and just because so many of them are falling down, isn't reason to allow carte blanche conversion. If we do, they will fundamentally lose their character, and the character, especially of open landscape, will change. I do agree with Patrick insofar as it is difficult sometimes for members, and I'm looking at Brian when I'm saying this, to make that judgment, quite a subjective judgment as well, about why should we allow one but not the other? Why is it okay to perhaps let that field barn go but not that one? And we're talking about the fact that these barns are likely to all fall down. They won't all fall down. There are grants out there. We've administered some of them to preserve some of them, but they can't all be kept, and they certainly can't all be converted. And although it's really difficult to say so, I've got to say this as chair of the authority, just because someone has a long-held dream to convert a building, in this case an isolated barn, into a family home, doesn't mean it can happen. Doesn't mean it's necessarily right to happen, even though we'd all like it to happen. I do think in this case the barn is in an isolated, open, vulnerable location. Reluctantly, I do think it is run so contrary to policy, especially landscape policy, that it is refusable. But I second refusal only with a very heavy heart, because it is difficult to turn down this kind of application from genuine local family who want to make it into a home. If it was an affordable home, that might sway me to an extent, but it's not. And as such, I'm going to back, as the officers have put forward, refusal, Chair.
Thank you. So if we deal with the motion that's on the table, and that is to accept the recommendation as put by officers for refusal, we will go to Alden House and take a vote on that then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let
Sorry, Hannah, just a minute. I think I've probably done something wrong, because Reg has got his hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just to say that there are 5 reasons down on the list, and I think Tom was suggesting that only the first 2 are reasons to take at the moment. I just wanted clarification on that. either from Tom or the proposer and the seconder.
Thank you, Reg. So, Tom, do you want to just clarify that?
Yeah, we're in a bit of a difficult position. So certainly reasons for refusal 1 and 2 are absolutely, in our opinion, are absolutely unchanged. The other 3 may still apply, but we don't know because we've not had the opportunity to consider the additional information. So, I mean, I think it's within our gift to say that the information was received too late and to carry on, or perhaps what would be most reasonable for the applicants would be for us to recommend that the application's refused on reasons for refusal 1 and 2, and that authority, if this is possible, is given to officers to consider the information for reasons 3, 4 and 5, and then we can come to a view on whether or not reasons 3, 4 and 5 still stand once we've had a chance to consider the additional information.
Okay, I think I understand it. Yeah, you're voting on the motion as set out in the report, I think. Because the other proposal would be a refusal. Sorry, would be a grant, but subject to clarifying the other 3 reasons. Sorry, I think I might have confused this even more. So it's as set out in the report. It's as set out in the report.
Right. So we take it as set out in the report. So apologies for that, Hannah. We'll go over to you for a vote on acceptance of the recommendation, which is refusal. So Hannah, it's over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining approval of officer recommendation of refusal, please. Councillor Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Brady.
In.
Sorry, what did you say, Councillor Brady? I couldn't quite hear you.
I said in.
Still didn't get it, Patrick.
Oh,
I did. It was abstain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor
Mine-
Chaplin.
I'm voting for the recommendation.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Ms Harlin.
Abstain.
Councillor Huddleston.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
Against.
Councillor Richardson.
The recommendation.
Sorry, what did you say, Councillor Richardson? I couldn't quite hear you.
For the recommendation.
Thank you. Mr Smith.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Warnby.
Abstain.
And Mr Helliwell.
For the recommendation.
Thank you. That's carried, Chair, with 2 against and 3 abstain. Thank you.
Right, excuse me. Thank you for that, Hannah. So we now move on then to our next item, which is item 8, and this is for full application for 3 new built terraced houses to meet affordable local needs at Upper Yeld Road, Bakewell. This is a site that the Vice Chair, myself and officers visited yesterday. And again, this is Tom's area. Tom's working well today.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the application site's outlined in red, and most of the application area is a former children's playground, which is located on the southern edge of Bakewell, next to the existing houses you can see on Upper Yeld Road and Stanton View. So we'll see when we come on to the block plans. A small section of the site is part of the land adjacent to the former playground, which is within the boundary of the Lady Manners School playing fields. Okay, if we can have the next one, please. Site's outside of the Bakewell Conservation Area as well, I should mention. So this is the proposed block plan, and the application is for the construction of 3 affordable dwellings, which would be 2 two-bed houses and 1 two-bed house, should be arranged in a terrace, block of 3, as shown on the plan, fronting onto Yeld Road and with access directly from Upper Yeld Road and parking to the front of each property. Okay, so the next one, please. This is just a revised block plan. It was initially proposed to take access from Stanton View, but that's been amended. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, it's now proposed to take the access all from the front of the site. And next one, please. We've got the proposed site plan here, so this is just in a little more detail, so you can see the footprint of the 3 dwellings, the layout of the 5 parking spaces to the front of the property, with access taken directly from Upper Yeld Road. It's quite a wide verge between Upper Yeld Road, the highway, and the site frontage. There's a large sycamore tree in the front corner of the site, which is to be removed. You can see here that the left-hand side boundary is about 3 meters of the land immediately next to the school, to the former playground, which is part of the school playing fields. Sport England have been consulted and have raised no objections to the use of part of land within the boundary of the school playing fields, because it's not a functional area. It's not interfering with any of the usable playing field or sports pitches area. And they've just sort of note the relationship between the neighbouring properties, particularly the nearest neighbouring properties to the northeast of the site, which is number 12, Stanton View. Concerns have been raised about from the occupier of that property about the impact on their amenity, but as detailed in the report, because of the separation, distance, the angle, the scale of the property, we're comfortable that there wouldn't be any significantly harmful impact on the amenity of the residents of that property. Okay, next one, please. So we just got the photo. So this is the site frontage. You can see the sycamore tree to the right-hand side, just behind the red gate, which was the formerly the entrance to the play area. Tree's been pollarded a number of times. It's been inspected and it is in quite poor condition. There is some rot in there. So it provides some benefit in terms of amenity as a feature in the street scene, but it's been rated as a low category tree because of its poor condition. So we are comfortable with the proposal to remove that tree and plant some replacement trees to mitigate for the loss of an amenity feature, to compensate for the removal of that tree. The access would be in the area shown here. There's a crossing and tactile paving at the moment, so they would be affected by the development. So the Highway Authority have recommended a condition for a scheme showing the relocation of the tactile pavement to be submitted and agreed. Okay, next one, please. This is view looking towards the Lady Manners School playing field. So as I mentioned, the site as well goes slightly beyond the hedge boundary that marks the top edge of the playground site, so that would be removed, and a new hedge would be planted to create a new boundary between the application site and the land that falls within the Lady Manners playing fields. Okay, next one, please. So this is in the site itself, so you can see it's a level area laid to grass at the moment. It previously contained children's play equipment. Now the site was managed by Bakewell Town Council as a children's playground, but it was closed several years ago. We've been told that the site was not very well used and it was subject to vandalism and antisocial behaviour. I think one of the issues with this as a site for a children's play area is that it's not particularly well overlooked. Obviously backs onto the school playing fields and it's separated by the highway to the other side of it from the houses. So it does, even though it's kind of physically it's quite close to those houses, but it does feel very much separated from them, which means in terms of security provision, it's not a particularly well supervised site, which is one of the reasons the town council took the decision to close it. Okay, if we go on the next one, please. And this is the road in between the site and the houses on Stanton View. This is actually an adopted highway, and as I mentioned, it was originally proposed to create access to one of the houses from the lane, but that would have required the removal of the hedgerow, and also insufficient visibility was available. So this scheme has been amended and through consultation with the Highway Authority to provide all access directly from Upper Yeld Road at the front. Okay, next one, please. And this is the view from the same lane looking the other way back towards Upper Yeld Road. Next one, please. And again, this is a view from Upper Yeld Road looking at the corner of the site. Next one, please. And a similar view again showing the tactile paving that's to be removed and the proposed new access point. Next one, please. And this is a view to the nearest property at Stanton View, number 12. So the house does have windows in its gable end elevation. I think there's if we can just move on to the next photo. I think there's another photo that shows the ground floor. So you can see there are 2 windows at ground floor. So there would be some degree of impact through introducing a new house behind where this photo is taken from, but again, there's quite a generous separation distance for a side-to-side relationship. You've got the intervening boundary wall and hedge, so we're comfortable that the impact on the amenity of the residents of this property would not be significantly harmful. It's also worth noting that these the rooms that are served by these ground floor windows do have all the windows as well on the back, which would be unaffected. Next one, please. So I mentioned that the site was previously a children's play area. So that means that the site is afforded by our policies some protection as a community facility. So we've, as is discussed in the report, we have considered whether or not it is appropriate to allow development on a site which was formerly a community facility. And there are 2 reasons essentially why we believe that it is acceptable in this instance to allow the development on the former children's playground. The first and foremost reason is that there is better alternative provision in the locality, and this is just a picture of the playground on Highfield Drive, which is a short distance from the site and easily accessible from Moor Hall and Highfield Drive. And it's a really good quality playground. It's well overlooked by the surrounding development in a much more open setting than the application site. So we're comfortable that the loss of the site as a children's playground would not be to the detriment of the local community, because better alternative provision already exists. And then the other issue is the one that I mentioned previously, is that the town council had taken the decision to close the site anyway and remove the play equipment because of those issues of vandalism and antisocial behaviour. Next slide, please. And then in terms of what's proposed, so as mentioned, the scheme is for 3 houses, which all form 1 terrace. So you've got the larger 2 properties, the 2-bedroom houses on the left-hand side, and the smaller 1-bedroom property on the right-hand side with the lower roof pitch. Properties to be built out of natural stone with slate roofs and with timber casement windows. So designed, the fenestration and detailing of materials very much in keeping with the local building tradition. Next slide, please. This is the gable facing Stanton Lane. So the property that we were that I was discussing earlier, that we looked at the photos of. This is effectively the view from their property. So you can see the gable on the 1-bedroom property is just over 4.5 meters wide. So it's quite a narrow gable. The gable on the 2-story properties is wider. There will normally be the upper limit for the local building vernacular. But 2 things to acknowledge here. Firstly is that the site is quite narrow, so to be able to deliver 3 affordable houses in it, the properties are going to have to be of reasonable depth rather than increasing the width. And the second point is that this is actually in keeping with the existing houses in the area, particularly the properties on Stanton View are built with the gable ends. So we're comfortable that that's acceptable in this particular instance. Next one, please. And this is the back of the properties. Next one, please. and the other gable end, so this is facing onto the Lady Manners school fields. Next one, please. Just a section through showing the internal arrangement in the single bedroom property. Next one, please. And the start with the first floor plans for some reason. So I've got the yeah, you can see the 2 bedrooms in the 2 properties to the left hand side, the 2 bedroom units, and then 1 bedroom in the smaller unit on the right hand side. Next one, please. And the ground floor plan, so you can just see the kitchen and dining and living areas in all 3 of the properties. Next one, please. Again, this is just setting out the floor sizes. So the size of the units are all in keeping with our maximum space standards for the size of property. So the smaller unit is a 2-person dwelling and has been 2-person 1-bedroom dwelling, and it's been designed at the in line with our recommended floor area of 58 square meters. And the 2 bedroom properties, which would be 4-person dwellings, are 82 square meters, again in line with our recommendation our policy requirement in policy DNH1. Okay, next slide, please. And okay, so just got a couple of street elevations. So you can see the existing arrangement with the nearest properties at 11 and 12 Stanton View on the right hand side, and then the you'll note the change in land levels. So the level of the application site is a couple of meters higher. The property at number 12 Stanton View, which is the closest one. You can see the sycamore tree there, which is proposed to be removed. And then if we can just go on to the proposed street elevation. So you can see there that I think particularly with the arrangement with the 1-bedroom property, the smaller one being closest to number 12 Stanton View, and then that really, with the break in the roof line then to the larger properties, that really reflects well the step up in the land level. So you've got a gradual increase in the height of the building, which is in keeping with the existing pattern of development in the area. You can see how the front of the site will be opened up to provide the 5 parking spaces. We know that parking and access is a particular concern to residents in this area, particularly with traffic generated by the school just around the corner. So we're giving very careful consideration to that. The Highways Authority have done a detailed and considered response and have ultimately come to the view that the parking provision, the arrangement, and it doesn't necessitate cars either backing into the site or backing out of the site, and the available visibility, the Highways Authority are all of the view that those matters are acceptable. So we do not believe that we could substantiate a reason for refusal based on highways impacts. Okay, next one, please. So in terms of the trees, I mentioned the sycamore in the front corner of the site is to be removed. Then there are 3 other trees within the, as we look at this plan, to the southwestern side of the site to be removed. So there's a condition for a replacement tree planting. The trees behind the site would be retained. Next one, please. So this just shows the trees to be retained. Next one, please. And then we're just back to the street elevations finished. So just to sum up, it's an application from a registered housing provider to provide 3 affordable houses to meet local needs. The Lady Manners scheme, which is progressing very well and is understand is due to be ready for occupation in the summer for 30 houses. That's only met about half of the identified need in Bakewell, so this is an opportunity to make another meaningful contribution to meeting local housing needs in the area. We acknowledge the concerns that have been raised from local residents about amenity and particularly highways concerns, but for the reasons detailed in the report, we're happy that the impacts would not be significant, so the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. We've got a video recording to start with from Mr. and Mrs. Parker. So over to Alden House for that then, please.
This application would cast a large shadow across our property. As you can see, the low sun in the winter months casts long shadows, and this would block out natural sunlight across 3 of our west windows. The new proposed dwellings would completely dominate our window views. We do not think this is acceptable. The plans clearly breach the building's research establishment 25-degree rule. The angle here has been accurately measured to 33 degrees. The temperature loss from sunlight to shadow is over 70%. Our energy use would substantially increase during the winter months. The protected bat colonies use this precise area for foraging every evening in the warmer months. The traffic on Upper Yeld Road has become dangerous to school children and pedestrians. Any further housing development can only make this situation much worse. This bus from Andrews forces the oncoming traffic to drive onto the path. This is a regular and daily problem. It causes the drivers to become very irate. And this is all happening directly adjacent to the proposed plans. Just watch the traffic for a short time and see for yourselves.
Quiet, mate. I've got this.
We do not think these plans will make it safer for the hundreds of children, do you? We sincerely hope that the committee will see the flaws throughout this application and reject the plans outright.
Thank you for that. So next is Alison Clamp with a statement read out from Alden House.
This is a statement by Alison Clamp regarding item 8. I write to support this application. While the application has been submitted by EMH Housing and Regeneration Limited, it is intended that my organisation, the Peak District Rural Housing Association, will be the eventual owners and managers of the 3 houses. Members may be aware of the Peak District Rural Housing Association's work as a specialist association providing affordable homes in the villages of the Peak District. We have around 300 homes and 30 years experience of applying the affordable local need housing policies of the Peak Park. EMH is acting as our development agents for this project. They provide this service to us, drawing down grant from Homes England and shielding us from the risks of development. The governors of Lady Manor School approached us about the site as they were aware that the Peak District Rural Housing Association is willing to develop smaller sites. The site was formerly a playground, but this was no longer used as the Town Council were not able to maintain it. Our close allies, Derbyshire Dales District Council, encouraged us to provide 3 small houses as the predominant need in Bakewell is from single people. Robert Coggins, Head of Housing at Derbyshire Dales, explains in his statement that Bakewell is one of the least affordable wards in Derbyshire Dales. Turnover of existing stock is very low at less than 20 properties per year. The predominant need is for 1 and 2 bedroom properties. I have no doubt that a further 3 affordable properties that would likely to come on stream in 2022 will be in very high demand. In my opinion, there is no risk of oversupply. The proposal has the support of Bakewell Town Council. The plans have been discussed thoroughly with your officers and concerns over ecology, trees, highways and the effect on neighbouring properties have been addressed. I do hope the committee will accept your officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
So thank you to Alison Clamp for that. And then when I've got a full screen, we'll ask members for questions and comments then, please. Just for information, Kath, your video is still off, so I can't see you. So Patrick and Andrew McCloy. Yeah, it's not on now, Kath. So I've got Patrick, Andrew and William wanting to speak. So Patrick, would you like to start?
This business about the sunlight on the house adjoining and the angles that we were shown in that diagram, could we have a comment about that and whether we have any policies on that?
Thank you, Patrick. Good point. Tom, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, not policies. We have some recommendations in terms of that help to you know, to guide us really when we're looking at proposals.
Yeah.
But there are a number of things you need to take into consideration: level changes, what the windows serve, existing circumstances. So I think there are a number of factors that mitigate that in this case. I mentioned in the presentation that, as we understand it, those ground floor windows are served by other windows, so they're not the only light sources. The sycamore tree, which is very substantial and sits in the corner of the site, causes some overshadowing to that property already, so that would be removed. And then I think what's that we discussed this on site yesterday, what's particularly noticeable here is the way that the development steps up away from that property. So as you're standing in, if you were in those windows, in the rooms served by those windows at number 12 Stanton View, there's a boundary wall, which is the first feature between those windows and the application site. Then you've got the lane, then you've got a hedgerow, which is higher than the boundary wall. And then you'd have another gap, and then within the site you'd have the gable end of the lowest, the single bedroom. Sorry, it's not single story. I keep saying that, single story house, which has a lower roof pitch. And then behind that again, you've got the highest part of the development. So by the time you get to the highest part of the development, you're quite a considerable distance away. The other factor to bear in mind is that it's the orientation of the development to the northwest will mean that any overshadowing and impact on direct sunlight would only be limited to the evenings. So I think when you combine all those factors, it would be very difficult to substantiate a reason for refusal that the proposal would be harmful to the amenity of the residents of that property.
Thank you, Tom. Patrick, you've still got your hand up. Do you want to come back on that?
Absolutely clear about it, Jeremy. Tom referred to, we've got or something, but we don't have a policy.
Patrick, you're breaking up a little bit.
Bloody machine. Right. Just about it. Remember Great House Farm at...
Sorry, Patrick, we've lost you again. I'll move on to Andrew McCloy. I'll come back to you, Patrick, if we can.
Chair. My question was along Patrick's lines in terms of overshadowing, and was it to the extent that it could be used as a reason for refusal? And Tom has given us his view on that. That comforts me, because this is a factor. And we've got to take into the account the amenity on local residents. However, in the round, I'm content that all the other factors are weighing up here for approval. The fact that there's alternative sports facilities nearby, I think the highways issue has been met, and I accept that there are periodic traffic problems around there, but there are outside any schools, and Lady Manners is no different to the centre of Sheffield or wherever. It's unfortunate. It just happens. If there was a way to get around it, we could do, but 3 more properties with off-road parking each, I don't think will exacerbate that. So, Chair, notwithstanding comments from anyone else, I think this is a welcome addition to Bakewell's affordable housing stock. So I'd like to move officer recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Andrew. Patrick, can you hear us? Are you still linked in there?
I leave it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The trouble is we can't hear you very well. In fact, we can't hear you at all at the moment. Let me move on to William.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with everything that Andrew said, and I will second this. But the thing that it mentions about the emerging neighbourhood plan, it's just a legal sort of thing. If it was in conflict with this emerging neighbourhood plan, or in fact when the neighbourhood plan was actually proven, which takes preference if it were to go to appeal? It's just, you know, I'm not quite sure which, because I know we've seen them in North East where the neighbourhood plan takes preference over the local plan. Perhaps you could enlighten me.
I'm sure we can, William. I think Brian's going to answer that. Thank you.
Yes, I think at the present time, the stage it's at, it hasn't sort of formally been, it hasn't gone through a referendum or been adopted. So you have to kind of take an alternate weight. Ultimately, if it did go through that process, you would still look at the relationship and consistency with other policies. So we try to get involved to make sure it all fits. But if you're right, if there was something different and locally specific about that, that can become the most relevant up-to-date policy. So that could outweigh. There is some question marks, just so you know, at the minute, as a result of the examination into the Bakewell neighbourhood plan. The inspector has recommending to strike out quite a lot of the policy content, and there's a decision to be made as to whether it'll actually go forward anyway. So I don't think we'll place undue weight on it at this stage. It certainly won't outweigh the considerations you're talking about.
Thank you, Brian. Ken Richardson.
Going back to the video presentation, I was interested to learn about the angles and dangles and light. I would imagine you've got spatial gaps between properties like we have, and if that fits into that, well, loss of light and loss of view in planning considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Right, can I just come back? First of all, can I check with Kathy? Are you wanting to comment on this at all? I can see you now as well.
No, only that I would back Bakewell Town Council's comments.
Thank you very much. Patrick, how's the sound? Are you okay? Right, thank you. So we've got a motion on the table which is for approval of the recommendation. It's been proposed and seconded. So can we go to Alden House for a vote then, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining approval of the officer recommendation, please. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Brady.
For.
Councillor Chaplin.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
Sorry, Chair, I had to leave the meeting for a short while, so I'll abstain.
Thank you. Ms. Hollin.
For.
Councillor Huddleston.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Potter.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Mr. Smith.
For.
And Mr. Helliwell.
For.
That vote is carried, Chair, with 1 abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're getting quite behind. We're about an hour behind predicted time for the next item, and I suppose it's getting towards lunchtime. So can I just take some advice from committee? What we would like to do at this stage? Do we move on to the next two items, which is one's full application and listed application, or do you want to break now?
Chair, I have to drop out regardless for half an hour. So if that influences it, up to you. But I will come back to the meeting afterwards.
Right, thank you.
Chair, can I suggest that it's 1 o'clock, so we need to agree to go forward as well. But it'd be handy, particularly what Andrew has said, to break for half an hour for lunch, because the two items could take up a little bit of time,
Thank you.
unpredictably. So I would suggest we break for lunch now and pick up Greenwood Farm at 1:30.
Thank you, Ken. Can I just first of all ask you to all if you would agree to going on past 1 o'clock? So can you just raise a hand to show that you accept that? Thank you. Which is fine. So we're now going to break till 1:30. Alden House, we've got a live telephone call with Mr. Hill from Hathersage Parish Council. So will it be okay for him to hang on a bit longer, do you think?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've already emailed him and let him know that we're running behind.
I'll press that.
Right, thank you. So we'll see you all at 1:30 then. Thank you.
Press that.
I will have to leave the meeting, so I will not come back at 1:30. I have to give my apologies. I've got another appointment. Thank you.
Say that applies.
That applies to me as well, Robert. Thank you. Is that it?
No.
Hi, Ruth. It's Michelle. It's coming up to about 1 o'clock. Could you give me a call when you're free? It's regarding the Freedom of Information internal review procedure. I think we might have one winging its way to us soon. I just wanted a quick chat about it. I'm on 6278. Okay, thank you. Bye.
I hope everyone's suitably refreshed. Hannah, do we need to take a roll call again?
Yes, we do, Chair. Thank you. Do you want me to take it now?
Yeah, if you like, thank you. I think
Yeah.
we're all here. Yes, please.
Yeah, so Councillor Armitage,
Here.
Councillor Brady, Councillor Chaplin, Councillor Chapman.
Mike said he had to leave for another meeting, Hannah.
Oh, thank you, Ken. Councillor Chapman.
Yes, he's here. He's just on mute.
I can see him. He's just. Ms. Harlan.
Yes, here.
Thank you. Councillor Huddleston.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor McCloy. Is he back yet?
Not back by the
Not
looks of it.
yet, no. Councillor Potter, I believe, has had to leave.
Yeah.
Councillor Richardson.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
I'm here.
Councillor Warmby's left. And Mr. Helliwell.
Yep, I'm here. Ken Richardson, you still got your hand up, unless you want to ask a question, of course. Thank you.
That's gone, that one. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Right, so we're going to move on to items 9 and 10, and I've declared a prejudicial interest on this, so I need to go into the waiting room and hand over to the Vice Chair, please.
Ken, can I just ask if we quorate?
That's a good question. Reg, are we quorate? He said, passing on the hot potato. I believe so. You're muted, Reg, if you were speaking to us or just counting with your lips.
4 is the quorate, and we need a Secretary of State member.
We have,
So,
and that's
yes,
me at
okay,
least,
so
and
Secretary of
Annabelle.
State, and I think we got 4, haven't we? Yes, we've got 4.
Yeah. Yeah, there's more than 4 of us. In which case, excuse me, let's proceed with agenda item 9, which is a full application for the change of use of barns to create 2 holiday cottages with associated works to buildings, minor alterations to listed farmhouse to enable its use as a holiday cottage, associated works to access at Greenwood Farm, Sheffield Road, Hathersage. I believe John Keeley is going to introduce this, and his introduction will apply to both items 9 and the listed building consent item for the same works at item 10. So, John, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Greenwood Farm, it's outlined, the application site area is outlined in red on the location plan in front of you now. It's located in the open countryside, about 1.5 kilometres southeast of the village of Hathersage and south of the Hathersage to Fox House, Sheffield Road, which you'll see there towards the top of the slide. The application site, you see, it's long and thin because it encompasses the access road, which is an unmade lane from the Sheffield Road, and also includes some land on the north side of Sheffield Road, which is required for access improvements, which I'll go through in some detail in a moment, and also is widened out near the access to allow for widening of the entrance off the Sheffield Road. Farmstead is a historic farmstead. It's located towards the bottom of the slide there and comprises the farmhouse, which is a grade 2 listed farmhouse in the bottom right hand corner of the little group there, an L-shaped range of traditional farm buildings and a more modern shed. You can see there the larger rectangular grey block just to the north of the L-shaped range. The driveway off the Sheffield Road, you see outlined in red there, extends past the farm southwards and does in fact carry all the way through to Grindleford Station. It serves another property further south from this farmstead another small farmstead, and there is another residential dwelling served by the driveway, which lies to the west of this slide, because the road peels off just north of the farmstead and goes west of the larger modern shed there down to serve this other dwelling. So existing vehicle traffic uses this to serve other properties. Both the driveway running north to south and the spur off running from the farm westwards carry public rights of way, which are very popular. And once you leave the main road to the north there, you're quickly into a very tranquil area of open countryside, which is part of the National Trust's wider Longshore estate. Currently, the farm is empty. It's been vacant for 4 years. Can I have the next slide, please? So starting at the top of the site, the existing access is only single width off the main road. And as you come up the hill around a steep bend, forward visibility of any vehicles turning right is obscured by a whole series of cell-set trees in the verge. So the proposal is to remove the cell-set trees on the verge north of the main road around the bend to improve forward visibility. You can see those trees there as existing, and also widen the entrance point off the road. So if we go to the next slide, we can see the impact of those. So the yellow area is where the cell-set trees would be removed north, and the yellow area to the south is where the access will be widened, which will become a little bit clearer on the next slide. There will be one, apart from self-set saplings, there will be one larger tree removed. So if we move to the next slide, one larger tree removed north of the site, which is going to be replaced as part of these proposals further up the bank, but the rest of the self-set trees are of no particular merit and are in fact ash, self-set ash. So on the left-hand side of the slide there is the access onto the Sheffield Road as existing. It's only a single width, so it only takes one car. The first section is tarmacked before a gateway just to the south of this slide then leads into the open countryside, and the road from that point on is just an unmetalled gravel surface track. On the right hand side it shows the proposed amendments, which is to move the eastern wall over sufficient and rebuild it like for like, sufficient to allow 2 vehicles to pass and therefore meet the highway requirements. It also enables the entrance to be slightly realigned to give a better junction with the main road. There are no highway objections to these works, and you'll notice in the report we have a condition which recommends that these be carried out in the event of an approval, carried out before any other works, which on reflection is a little unreasonable, and I would suggest an amendment in this report to the condition which says that those works be carried out before occupation in the event of an approval. These works would be subject to agreement with the Highway Authority for the works north of the site and any other works within the highway. And it takes some time to conclude these agreements. So a condition agreeing that before occupation is more reasonable. The risk obviously therefore falls on the National Trust, but there's every likelihood that the Highway Authority would agree these, given they've been party to pre-application discussions and have raised no objections. Next slide, please. So this is just a slide looking from the Sheffield Road down the current entrance point. You can see there's just one car width, and it's the wall in the centre of that slide, left-hand side of the access, which is just going to be moved out and rebuilt like for like, and the verges reinstated, the tarmac made good to suit. The farm is, you can't quite see it in here, but it's just in this, you can see the track disappearing into the background mistiness of this not particularly great day, and the farm just lies about where it just disappears out of sight. So next slide, please. So this is the existing layout. So the access road comes in on the top left of this slide from the Sheffield Road and disappears off to the right towards Grindelford direction. You've got the farmhouse on the right hand side there, the rectangular building, and its walled curtilage to the right. You can see there to the left of the farmhouse, the L shape of the traditional range of farm barns. small woodshed, single-storey woodshed to the north of those next to the access road. And then to the west of the L-shaped barn, or north in this case, of the L-shaped barn, is a modern agricultural shed. And then you've got the driveway, which continues down to the other domestic property, a few hundred metres to the south of the site. And below the L-shaped range of buildings, you've got a walled paddock, which contains some fencing and animal handling facilities. Because although the property is empty and has been empty for 4 years since the last tenant vacated the property, the land around is now farmed by another one of the National Trust tenants. So it remains in agricultural use, as the buildings themselves are surplus to requirements. Next slide, please. So the proposal in some detail is to firstly refurbish the house, the Grade 2 listed house. It is in need of repair and refurbishment, along with some internal alterations, mainly in the form of partition changes, later 20th century partition changes, to facilitate its use as a unit of holiday accommodation. That doesn't require planning permission, but it does require listed building consent for the physical works that are being proposed. The second part of the proposal is to convert the L-shaped range into 2 units of holiday accommodation. The left-hand traditional barn 1 I'll call it, would become a 3-bedroom unit with retention conversion of part of a later addition to the west side of it in this slide to form the 3rd ground floor accessible bedroom, and the more southern part in this slide of the L-shaped range barn 2 would form a 2-bedroom unit. The barn to the left, the modern 20th century monopit shed, the roof will be removed and form to the north of part of that shed. It would form 6 parking spaces with an accessible ramp, a fairly low angled accessible ramp to get round into barn 2, barn 1, sorry, the left hand side barn of the L-shaped range. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So this is the looking from the unmetalled driveway, the back of the house, and you see the barn, the bottom barns to the right hand side. There's no changes to the back of the house other than refurbishment, and you can see there also there's a later 20th century addition on the bottom end of the listed building. Slide, please. This is just a close up. Next slide, please. And looking back up, again, there's no changes to the gable end other than just repair and refurbishment. I think there's just one new downpipe on the back of the building, I beg your pardon. And the next slide, please. And the front of the house, a bit obscured by vegetation here. There's the main change to the front is the replacement of a rather awful 20th century door, and again with some replacement downpipes. I think the door is the next slide, please. So this just shows a close-up of the door. So replacement with that, something more appropriate, is a clear enhancement. And the next slide, please. This just shows some of the repair needed to existing windows, which are cracked and some of the panes missing. Next slide, please. Just a detail, unusual, quirky detail, use of local millstones salvaged from the fields provide cover for vents to the cellar area. And the next slide, please. Now this is again looking from the gate with the track behind us, house to the left, barn 1 to the right, the main 2-storey barn, and barn 2 at the bottom of the yard there. Within the yard, there'll be the only change as part of this proposal we'll see in the layout will be a new pathway leading down to the doorway in the bottom barn in matching stone flagging to match the rest of the yard would remain very much as it is now. Next slide, please. And this just shows the barn 1 and part of barn 2 in a little bit more detail. As we go through the detail plans, you'll see that there are very few changes other than replacement doors and windows. Just one new roof light to the barn to the right and one new window to the barn to the left. I'll go through those in a moment. Next slide, please. So as you're panning around to the right of that barn 1, just see the wood shed, a monopitch wood shed to the right hand side, and the green doorway almost in the centre is a pedestrian route through to the what would become the parking area in front of the modern shed where it stands now, and access to the track. Next slide, please. Again, just a close-up of some of the detailed changes that have taken place over the years to the building. And these are curtilage listed buildings. They're not listed in their own right, the traditional barns. They are heritage assets as curtilage listed barns in association with the listed farmhouse. Next slide, please. And the woodshed at the top of the yard. Next slide, please. And this is moving back onto the lane through the gate, looking at the top end of barn 1. So the house is to the left of us, and this is the modern shed, 20th century shed to the right, which is the roof is to be removed, and the darker wooden area between the traditional building and the modern shed is currently a National Trust store, which is going to be remodelled. We'll see in a moment in the detailed plans, and retained, whereas the roof of the building to the right would be removed, form the 6 parking spaces. Next slide, please. As you move around the end of that monopitch shed, so this is the end, the northern end, you see the stone wall there, which is capped off. It was proposed in the plans, and we'll have a look at those again in more detail in a moment, that this be, when the roof was removed, that this would be brought down to a 1.2 metre high stone wall height. However, on reflection, and further reinforced by discussions at the site visit with Chair and Vice Chair yesterday, it became clearer that there are clear advantages in retaining the existing walls at their present height to screen the parking area, particularly the impact of larger vehicles, which we tend to have nowadays, 4-wheel drive vehicles and taller such vehicles, from the views in the wider landscape. So the proposal is now from your officers to retain those, and I'm suggesting an additional condition to agree amended details, should of course members agree at the end of the day to approve this, so we retain those at their current height. Next slide, please. As we move around, we're now going down. The viewpoint from this is taken from the track which leads off to the other residential property to the west of this range of buildings. So we're looking back up at the modern shed to the left. The back of barn 1, the farmhouse lies beyond that large barn, and in between the two you've got a stone built later addition which would form the accessible bedroom to barn 1. Next slide, please. This is just close up showing the appearance of that in more detail. That you will see in the plans in a moment that the corrugated roof of that accessible bedroom, the bit in the middle there, would be reworked to a dual pitch roof in matching stone slate to the rest of the buildings. Next slide, please. And this is just panning to the right. This is the agricultural access into the paddock below the range of buildings, and the residential curtilage proposed, we'll see in a bit, for barn 1 is the area to the left of this slide, in front of the accessible bedroom, behind the stone wall to the left. And it was rather indistinct, and we'll see in a minute in the detailed layout plans, it leaked away down to the paddock towards the agricultural animal handling area, and we consider that needs to be defined by a stone wall. So the condition is set out in the report. Proposed stone wall would go from the gateway, the gate pier to the left, straight across, as we further discussed on site yesterday, and then cut back and join the corner of the 2-story barn that's nearest to us in this slide. So that would form the curtilage to barn 1, and then it would leave the rest of the paddock and the agricultural land running up to that wall and the barns, preserving the significance of the setting. Next slide, please. And this is just looking down that paddock with the animal holding, which is being retained for continued use. Next slide. So we've now moved across the back of the building. So we're now looking, the house is to the right there. This is the southern end of barn 2. And we're standing in the proposed curtilage, residential curtilage, which is proposed to be associated with this barn. This lower section's got a corrugated sheet roof. So again, the proposal is to replace that with stone slate to match the rest of the stone slate roofs on the outbuildings. Next slide, please. This just helpfully shows the relationship looking back through into the yard area and the house to the right. Slide, please. And then this is looking back with the building behind us to the proposed curtilage. It's currently, this small area is defined by some fencing you can just see there. And again, given the character of the farmstead is strongly stone buildings with stone boundary walls dividing the little paddocks, we felt it was more appropriate that this was defined by a stone boundary wall than just post and wire or post and rail fencing. So that again is part of the conditions in the report before you. That's the trough to the left is a shallow trough which is being retained, would be either fenced or perhaps more appropriately have a grill across the top of it to keep small children and animals out. Next slide, please. So just a couple of shots in to show the internal character of the barns. This is barn 1. It's got a good roof. It seems to have been replaced in the not too distant past. There are a number of 20th century interventions in terms of internal partitioning. Next slide, which I think are more better shown in the next slide, looking down through the building. Within this building, in fact, all the buildings are known to be used by bats, and there's a barn now been seen using this this barn 1. So you'll see in your report mitigation in the form, which I'll lead you through in a moment to offset any impacts on those protected species. The next slide, please. These later partitions in the eastern end of barn 1. Next slide, please. So that's the layout of the buildings as existing. And if we go to the next slide, the proposed ground floor layout. You can see the modern shed has gone from the left-hand side of that slide. As we move across, you've got the rectangular area on the left-hand side of barn 1, which forms the National Trust store as proposed, which will be a lean-to roof in corrugated iron, black iron, to reflect agricultural character. The accessible bedroom to unit 1, just below that. The 3-bedroom unit 1 in the left-hand side, 2-bedroom unit on the ground on the ground floor of the barn 2, and then the farmhouse to the right. The partitions would be a bit indistinct to see here, but the partitions that are being removed are some 20th century stud walls in the kitchen area to give a more coherent kitchen space. Upstairs in the bedroom and bathroom, there are some 20th century partitions, stud partitions, which are being reworked to create a bedroom and bathroom. Again, there are no objections from our conservation officers in regard to that. And unfortunately, the report incorrectly mentions a new staircase in the farmhouse. That's not the case. There is an existing staircase, and the proposal is to add some balustrading to that, which we don't have the precise details of. So I would ask for a condition in the event of approval that the precise details of the balustrading necessary to meet building regs, because the staircase is open at the moment, be submitted to and agreed in writing by ourselves, obviously in consultation with our conservation officer. Next slide, please. That's the existing upstairs. See those partitions in the house at the southern part, and then as proposed, the next slide, please. You can see that alteration to those partitions in the house. There are no concerns about those from our conservation officer. In the barn 1, the upper floor of barn 1, you can see to the south of that, it might be a little indistinct in this slide, but that southern bay, as we look at it here, is an owl roosting and fly area for bats rather, and a small owl box in the corner access through a vent. So that provides the essential mitigation to meet the ecologist's concerns. To the left of that, you can see the lean-to roof of the National Trust store, the reworked roof of the accessible bedroom, which will be covered in stone slate to match the rest of the buildings. And to the north of the range of the buildings, the small existing wood store, which would provide a similar function, bin and wood store, and also we'll see in a bit more detail some ecological mitigation for nesting swallows. Next slide, please. So you can flick through these fairly quickly. That's the existing house frontage, the awful door. The next slide, please. With the more appropriate door and some new downpipes. Next slide, please. Down the rear, it's just one new downpipe in the centre there. No concerns about that. Next slide, please. There are no changes to either gable, so we don't need to dwell on those. Next slide, please. Again, no change to this gable. Next slide, please. And this is looking at barn 1 with the house behind us. This is the main barn 1 as existing, with barn 2 to the left-hand side, the lower range, and as proposed. Next slide, please. So existing openings were all being reused. We consider this to be a sensitive conversion using those openings. Details of the precise joinery of all the doors and windows is conditioned to be submitted and agreed in terms of depth of recess, materials, finish, etc. There's just one new roof light proposed. You can see there in the centre of the roof, which our conservation officer considers to be rather too large, but there's no objections in principle to the roof light, but we would need to agree via suitable condition a smaller version and the precise details of that under that particular condition. The existing vents on the ridge there are being retained as bat access points, and there are other bat access points and the owl access point on the other side. Next slide, please. This just shows the existing log store at the top of the site, and at the back of which, behind a screen to keep vermin out, would be the access for swallows nesting provision to. Next slide, please. This is looking at the site from the access road. So you've got the modern shed to the right-hand side, the top end of barn 1 in the centre, and then barn 2, which is set much further back down the bottom of the yard to the left-hand side of the slide. So that's as existing. Then the next slide should be as proposed. So again, that shows reuse in barn 2 all existing openings, reopening the former cart shed openings which are infilled, and they will be glazed in the centre of that slide there with recess glazing, which would be an enhancement over what's there at the moment. The right-hand side of the slide shows the removal of the modern shed and the reduction in height of the central wall, which runs down the spine of that shed down to that lower level. But as I stated earlier, this wouldn't really screen the parked cars, and as there are long-reaching views of this site, hence the reason why we would suggest that be kept at its raised height, which would be about the eaves height, or a little bit higher than at that point the accessible bedroom pitch roof that you see just to the left of it. And then you've got the lean-to National Trust store, and then barn 1. So next slide, please. So this is a section looking through the site from the end, from the northern end, looking back at the rear of barn 1. So you've got the modern shed, the long lean-to in front of us there. Next slide. As proposed. So this is a section through the site. It doesn't show the end wall of the lean-to modern shed, which we're suggesting be kept, which would be the foreground. But behind that, This shows the lean-to corrugated roof store for the National Trust, the accessible bedroom created just off that spine wall within the modern shed with a new pitched roof in stone slate, and then the entrance into barn 1, which would be accessible via the ramp from the parking area down that spine wall around the end and through to that doorway. There'll be a slight drop in level from the parking area to that, but it's only about 600 millimeters. And the next slide, please. And this is looking up to the site from the paddock below, looking northwards as existing. And then the next slide, please, as proposed. So it's just one new opening in that in barn 2 on the right-hand side there, matching opening, which follows the same rhythm. So there are no concerns about that. You can see again the accessible bedroom to the left of barn 1 in the reworked, remodeled building, and the modern shed removed. We're asking, as I say, once again, not to labour the point too much, but the wall is too low in this view to screen the car, so keeping it higher would have clear benefits. Next slide, please. I won't dwell on these sections. I don't think they add much more to that, so if we just run through them. This one just shows the back roost and the different levels between the buildings, so I have nothing further to add to those. So if we move to the end of those slides, which I think is the last one before we have the speaker. So in summary from myself, Chair, there's a couple of other points to point out. I've talked about it being a sensitive conversion. There are no concerns about the physical works themselves to the buildings, subject to the conditions I outlined. There are no highway objections or, with the amendments, ecological objections or concerns. There are a couple of other points I want to just cover. One is tree protection. There is a nice chestnut tree next to the house which shouldn't be affected by the development, and there are no real concerns about that, but I think it would be prudent to ask for a construction management plan to agree the compound for the working area, coupled with tree protection measures, just to be sure that there is no contractors running over the base of that tree. They shouldn't do, but it's a belt and braces approach, which is prudent. In terms of sewage, there is an existing septic tank on the site, and the proposal is to replace that, decommission that, replace it with a packaged treatment plant, which is supported in principle, but we don't have the precise details of which particular model. So I do need a condition agreeing the precise details of that, although there are no concerns or objections in principle to that replacement, which is a significant environmental advantage. Just make sure I've not missed anything. We've covered the prior to a staircase, amended plan, sewage plant, construction compound. Oh yeah, the final point relates to outside works. I just want to make it clear and have a separate condition rather than wrap it up in the landscaping condition that no lighting should be placed on the site other than in accordance with the detailed scheme that would be agreed in writing with ourselves, given the very sensitive, tranquil and very much open countryside location. Inappropriate lighting would be harmful. So the final point I should add is that we've listened very carefully and noted the parish council comments about their concerns about the quiet ambience, the sustainability and the impact of traffic and the loss of farming. As I said already, the farming use continues, not within the buildings, but the land is being farmed by another tenant of the National Trust estate. In terms of sustainability, there is a railway station, members will know, in the village of Hathersage, and there is a good bus service at the top end of the drive. So in many ways, it's more sustainable than many holiday sites. And the driveway down, by its very nature, only carries a small amount of traffic, and traffic speeds are low. As we saw on the site visit yesterday, there should be no concerns about passing pedestrians safely. So whilst we've noted them very carefully, we still believe the proposal can be recommended for approval as in the report, Chair, and I commend it to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, John. My apologies, members. I omitted to say at the outset that Chair and Vice Chair visited yesterday, as John has already mentioned. We have two presentations, I believe. A live telephone call from the Hathersage Parish Clerk, and then a video recording from John Stewart of the National Trust. So over to Alden House.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for Mr. Hill to come into the meeting.
Okay, thanks, Hannah.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, can I just check you are in the meeting? You can hear us, please.
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Can you just introduce yourself and say whether you're for or against this item, please, just so we can check members can hear you?
Sorry, can I say what again?
Can you just introduce yourself?
Introduce me.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yes, my name, good afternoon, is Tim Hill. I'm a Hathersage Parish Councillor. I speak now on behalf of Hathersage Parish Council.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a thumbs up from members so they can hear you. So I know Karen has been through most of it with you. So just to let you know, you will have 3 minutes to make a representation to Planning Committee. At the end of the 3 minutes, if you just hang up the phone, and you can start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
I'm ready to go now, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address your meeting, and I will not repeat comments that we have already submitted under the consultation procedure and which you have before you. But I would like today to say this. Greenwood Farmhouse is a classic building of its time, and Hathersage Parish Council believes it to be of a quality that deserves better than conversion to holiday homes at a less than ideal location. We ask you to reflect carefully on the impression that the park's inhabitants would gain if the park's heritage was to be lost as proposed and arguably in conflict with the core strategy. It is appreciated that it is not up to the Planning Committee to dictate to the National Trust, but Hathersage Parish Council would wish to see the Trust take steps to maintain the farmstead as a dwelling place, desirably in line with its original purpose. Thank you. That is all I have to say. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Hannah, we have John Stewart next, I believe.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm John Stewart, the National Trust General Manager for the Peak District. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on our applications for Greenwood Farm. The National Trust protects and cares for places so that people and nature can thrive. Our core purpose, which is reflected in our founding acts of Parliament, is to conserve places of historic interest and natural beauty while making them accessible for the public. These aims align well with the statutory purposes of the Peak District National Park. Our Peak District property portfolio includes the Longshore Estate, an important landscape and popular recreational hub for local communities. Greenwood Farm forms part of this landholding. Its location, immediately adjacent to a public right-of-way, also makes it a great starting point for walks on the Longshore Estate, as well as the nearby settlements such as Grindleford, Hathersage and Parkleigh. At Greenwood Farm, we have an opportunity to further our core purposes, conserving a vacant historic farmstead whilst opening up the site for the enjoyment of the public. Our design team has worked hard to draw up a sensitive proposal that will conserve the listed farmhouse and make it fit for habitation. The proposal will also secure a viable use for the adjacent vernacular barns, which conserves their historic interest. While the scheme itself involves little change to the surrounding landscape, it will, if delivered, create an important income stream to support the work of the National Trust in conserving heritage, landscapes and wildlife within the National Park. It's important to emphasise that the recent history of Greenwood Farm means that it's no longer available as a viable agricultural holding. The reasons for this are set out in the planning, design and access statement which accompanies our application. The site has now been vacant for a number of years, and by repurposing it to provide holiday accommodation, we can secure its conservation and enjoyment without creating pressure for new modern farm buildings. It's also worth noting that much of the surrounding land formerly associated with the holding continues to be used for agricultural purposes, supporting sustainable farming businesses. Our proposals for adjustments to the main site access and highway have been carefully drawn up with the input of Derbyshire County Council. The Highways Authority has no objections to the final proposal. We sought to keep the proposed interventions to a reasonable minimum, with the 2 lanes providing a safe environment for both pedestrians and road users while conserving the local landscape. If approved, this proposal will support local tourism and the local economy, including encouraging overnight stays. It will do so in a way that tells a story of history and conservation while enhancing public access to Longshore Estate and the wider Peak District. It will also provide an accessible parking space and an accessible bedroom, helping to widen the opportunity to access an inspiring space for escape, adventure, discovery and quiet reflection within our beautiful national park. Thank you for giving consideration to our applications.
Thank you, Alden House. Can you clear the screen?
Yeah, Ruth's just doing it.
Okay, thanks, Hannah. And there we are. Right, members, you've heard from John Keeley, you've heard from Hathersage Parish Council and from the National Trust. Comments, questions, observations? Who's going to be first? Patrick.
I find this perfectly straightforward and simple, and I'm happy to move the recommendations on both applications.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any other comments? Not least a seconder, David, and then William.
Sorry, Ken, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. William?
I was going to second it, but there you go. Can't see a problem.
So David Chapman got in first.
Yes.
Are there any other comments? Annabelle.
Just to briefly comment to address some of the concerns that have been raised, I can understand that a lot of local people would like to see the farm used as a farm by local people. However, I understand that this isn't a viable agricultural holding anymore. And obviously resources are required to bring it up to a state that it can be lived in for any purpose. And those resources have to be paid for somehow. So I would assume that the National Trust has concluded that use as a holiday, use as holiday houses is the most viable alternative and will raise funds to invest in other of their projects. So overall, that seems like a sensible way forward. It is concerning about the traffic, and I know that's a very difficult bend, but I think we have to go with the Highways advice. They are the experts on that. And you know, I guess the local councils will be monitoring the situation.
Thanks, Annabelle. Certainly on the site visit yesterday, it was quite clear that, excuse me, the Barn 1 particularly, the quality of the construction, the dressing of the stone on the 2 principal elevations, one into the farmstead, into the farmyard, obviously as an expression of kind of wealth and status, and also the one up the path. Okay, Patrick, where one would see it as one came down the drive, yet the gable, the west-facing gable, was a little more rough and ready. You know, again, it's the way status and wealth is transmitted to visitors, and I think it underlines the benefits that could accrue from the fairly minimal external works that the trust is proposing to make this make good. I think the one point I would make that John didn't is with the retention of a fuller height wall for the perfectly good reason of masking parked cars. It also meant that the privacy of the curtilage, the area that was being proposed for occupants of the accessible bedroom and barn 1 would be that much more screened from the public right-of-way traffic and from the of has quite a lot of merit in retaining those walls at something like full height. Sorry, Patrick.
And I forgot to say, condition on lighting, or is that by one of those sort of comments?
Yeah, John was proposing an additional condition on lighting. Yes. Anyone else wish to make comments? In which case, subject to amended condition 12, I think it is, on occupation rather than development, and then additional conditions regarding retaining walls, balustrading to the stairs, the construction management plan that included tree protection measures, details of the sewage treatment plant, and a lighting scheme. I think I've covered everything, John. Unless John suggests anything other, I think we can take it to the vote.
No, Chair, you've covered those points.
Okay, thank you, John. Alden House, would you like to take a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining approval of officer recommendation, please. Councillor Armitage?
For.
Councillor Brady?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Ms Harlin?
For.
Councillor Huddleston?
For.
Councillor McCloy?
I'm going to abstain because I missed the first minute or two of the item.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson? Was that for? Sorry, Councillor
yes.
Richardson. Yeah, thank you. Mr Smith?
For.
Thank you. That's carried with one abstain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hannah. That was item 9. Item 10 is the listed building consent application. John, you've nothing further to add?
No, nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we heard the explanations regarding listed building consent for item 10. Alden House, can you, I'm assuming that, certainly Patrick moved this. David, you are seconding this item as well?
Fine with that, Ken, yeah.
Yep, thank you. So Alden House, if we can take it to a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. So again, I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining approval of officer recommendation, please. Councillor Armitage?
For.
Councillor Brady?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Ms Harlin?
For.
Councillor Huddleston?
For.
Councillor McCloy?
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson?
For.
And Mr Smith?
For.
That's carried with one abstain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hannah. I think it's time in that case to let Robert back into the fold and to take over this onerous responsibility.
I think me being sent into the waiting room.
Yes. Not that we wish to get rid of you, David, but...
Okay. Be kind, everyone, be kind.
Isn't that lobbying? Robert, it's all yours again.
Thank you. Sorry, I seem to have lost my connection earlier on, so I hope I've not missed anything too much. I presume we're on item 11, which is David Chapman and Jill Chapman's application for a new roof and build-up walls in limestone on an existing store at the Green Main Road, Chelmorton. And again, this is Tom to take us through this one, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks. Yeah, so the application site is a traditional dwelling house located in the main built-up area of Chelmorton and within the village conservation area. There's an attached holiday let on the side of the property, but this application affects a lean-to store on the back of the main dwelling. Okay, if we can just skip on one. Thank you very much. This is just the existing block plan. Shows the you can see the traditional linear form of this dwelling. It's a property that's very much in keeping with the local vernacular, makes a positive contribution to the character of the village conservation area. Next one, please. Okay, so we've just got some photos. So you can see there the black sheeted side elevation is the existing store. So it has a lean-to roof on the back of the building. So the proposal is to remove the roof of the existing lean-to store, build up the walls slightly, and then add a new roof, which would be a gabled roof rather than a lean-to roof. Now, lean-to roofs are often the most successful way to have a small addition to properties like this, because they allow the simple and linear form of buildings like this to be retained. But in this case, we are comfortable with a gable-ended roof, as I'll come on to in regard to the plan. So I just want to note in this photograph on the right-hand side, there is the neighbouring property has a gable-ended single-storey structure just opposite it. So it's I just wanted to point out that it is a characteristic that is already found in the area. Okay, next one, please. I've just got some different views of the existing lean-to, so you can just see the corner of the limestone walls there, and then the lean-to roof, which runs straight into the roof of the main part of the property. Next one, please. Very similar. Next one, please. And then you can just see the back elevation. So it's got the window is proposed to be removed and replaced with a new timber window that follows the same pattern as that existing one. It's a corrugated sheet roof at the moment, which the proposal is for a concrete tile roof that matches pan tiles on the main property. So that would be a benefit as well. Next one, please. And this is the view from the road. So you can see the lean-to store that's affected by the development is set quite far back from the road, so it's got fairly minor impact in any case. So again, changing the profile of that from a lean-to to a gabled roof pitching away from the road is considered to be acceptable in this instance. Next one, please. And that's just the similar view of the existing gable-fronted addition on a nearby property. Next one, please. Back to the same view. I don't know why I've got so many photos of the same thing. If we can skip on again. Okay, so just onto the plan, so you can see the footprint of the existing store on the back of the building. Footprint would be unchanged by the proposal. If we can skip on to the proposed one, please. Thank you very much. So yeah, you can just see there that the footprint is unchanged. And the next slide, please. The elevation, so you've got the existing with the lean-to roof running straight into the roof of the host property. And the next one, please. And that's the proposal. So you can see how the store would, the walls would be built up slightly to increase the eaves height, and then the new gabled roof. As I mentioned, often it can be the most successful approach can be a lean-to. But one of the benefits here is that we're actually, by replacing the lean-to with a gabled roof, we're exposing more of the original back wall of the building because the eaves height is so low. So that's another factor which makes the gabled roof form acceptable in this case. Next one, please. And then we've just got the side elevations. Next one, please. That's it as existing. And as proposed, so with the door in the side elevation, 2 roof lights proposed as well, one in either roof slope. Next one, please. Section through the existing lean-to. Next one, please. And the other side elevation, so you can see the roof light in this end as well. Next one, please. Okay, so yeah, just to finish, it's a simple proposal. Doesn't increase the size of the existing Structure, no closer to neighbouring properties than the existing, so it's going to have no amenity impacts, and crucially, the design and materials are acceptable and would conserve the character of the conservation area, so recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. No speakers on this, so members, any questions or any comments, please? Andrew McCloy's got his hand up already, so Andrew, please.
I presume it's only come to us, Chair, because of who the applicant is, in which case I'd see no reason other than to move it for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. Any further comments? Anybody support? Sorry, William.
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, William. Any further questions? No. So we have the motion has been proposed and seconded. So we'll go to Alden House for a vote then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining approval of officer recommendation, please. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Brady.
For.
Ms Harlin.
For.
Councillor Huddleston.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Mr Smith.
For.
And Mr Helliwell.
For.
That's carried unanimously, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to item 12, which is new affordable housing floor space thresholds, and I think this is Brian's department.
Okay, yeah, so I'll lead on this one. Just pull up my notes. Okay.
Do we need to? Oh, David's back. I do beg your pardon.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Ken, for spotting that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is a policy-related paper related to affordable housing and floor space guidance and the relationship to garaging. The first thing to clarify here that there are three statements raised at the top of the report, and they're a restating of a proposed motion by Councillor Brady, which was a suggested motion to the authority. And on the back of that, officers have offered to bring this paper to Planning Committee to elaborate and offer some further policy interpretation. So these are statements framed by Councillor Brady and seeking advice following debates on the issues of floor space guidelines and the relationship to garaging that arose from some committee items in December and January. So I think it's important to stress that in themselves, these 3 points don't represent adopted text or policy, but they're a kind of challenge and a question proposition to be followed up. So in introducing the paper, I'd like to summarise our position on 3 points, really. Firstly, the question, did our development management policies, in particular policy DMH1, introduce a change to policy and practice in relation to private sector affordable housing? 2 would be, is it correct to say that a new affordable house shall only have sufficient bedrooms to meet the immediate space requirements of an intended occupier? And Patrick said in effect that if the intended occupier does not yet have children, he or she can only have a 1-bedroom house. And 3, that in calculating the size of a house, the floor area of any garage must also be taken into account. So I'll just run through those 3 areas first. So 1, did the development management policies introduce a change to policy and practice? So I think the key issues there that were addressed by DMH1 and its comparable policies in the 2001 local plan with respect to floor space guidance is because the number 1 issue in terms of justifying housing development in the national park, in terms of our strategy for housing, was to justify it because of affordability issues. And if anything, that's become even more acute as we've gone through time. The original idea that affordable housing is a concept relating to folks on low to moderate incomes is still very true, but actually it's now stretched, if anything, to those also in good professional salaries as well, as we indicate in the report. The Home Options website for Derbyshire Dales shows that the average house price in the Dales in 2019 was £283,000. And you can see a reference at paragraph 40 in the report that a recently constructed affordable home with a 106 agreement on it, so approved as an affordable home with no garage, was actually valued recently at £356,000. The housing manager at Derbyshire Dales recently advised that the discounted cost of a modest two-bedroom house, a discounted cost of that of a modest two-bedroom house in Hathersage would be £240,000. So we're seeing some really high values that if anything, place housing even further out of the reach of purchase. In this context, the role of floor space guidance, originally and still in the new policy, was to gradually build a range of more affordable homes that could continue to be available to people in the community in perpetuity. So we build it justified by person one, and that they can stay available to people through local connection and be more affordable to people in the future. Staying available to the community, building up that stock. In 2003, going back to the original plan, we brought about some additional supplementary guidance which accepted the role of intermediate homes. We actually introduced this term more affordable as distinct from truly affordable. So they're still more affordable than they would have been on the market. And these were homes that could be built by individuals subject to legal agreements. So that's that idea of private sector affordable housing. But they still had to be justified by need and meet the floor space standard consistently across all housing. However, what we found was that over the years of having that policy in place, practice generally became more flexible and was allowing increased numbers of homes, if you like, to max out on the size limits up to the top level. So the early issues and options for looking at the new development management policies asked what was happening in that respect, and saw that the long-term aim of achieving modest, affordable homes would not be achieved if we kept doing that. And in policy terms, these opportunities to add to the stock could be found by individuals, i.e. the private sector building their own properties, just the same as bigger schemes that we've seen, by housing associations. But that it has to be equitable, have to apply that same approach to everybody in order to try and achieve the same aims. So the issue is really that we've attempted to go back to the original intent of achieving a stock of more affordable properties and only allowing maximum sizes where the need for the household justifies it. The numbers of people, that are coming forward. So I can see that to the observer, this may appear to be a significant policy shift, but in terms of the intent of development management policies in 2019, as compared to those in 2001, the original aims are really very consistent. So it really reveals changes in practice more than changes in policy. Although we should say we have now embedded that intent through the floor space in the policy itself, rather than being in subtext or supplementary text to try and just strengthen that approach overall. So that's the first point. So what does this mean for individuals? Well, the starting point of a policy is what it says. Policy is the starting point unless other material considerations could be considered. And a single person, therefore, will justify a smaller property. And actually, we've just seen we've approved one today, haven't we, at Upper Yeld, based on a housing needs survey for Bakewell that found a need for 1 and 2 bedroom homes. And we've accepted that in that case, 1 bedroom or 2-person property could have a floor space of 58 square metres, a 2-bed property could have a floor space up to 82 square metres. So that works within our policy for up to 4 people. So you can see in those middle range of the floor space that there is some flexibility there. I think really importantly, and this was a question raised by some members before the meeting, it isn't the role of the planning authority to ask about people's family planning. We've developed a system whereby understanding of need is developed through close working with the housing authorities, and principally we've really tried to connect to the role of housing authorities and housing officers through the home options choice-based lettings approach. So importantly, it's about justifying your own circumstances in terms of need, and we specifically put in place various references in the new plan to changing circumstances that people experience, and that could be by virtue of health or a couple, indeed an individual person, you know, planning for a family. In that respect, I think our approach to understanding need already goes a bit further than just the very social housing focus, because we've said it's important for planning purposes as well as just social housing purposes to allow young people to set up homes for the first time, to allow people to return where they've got a connection, to look after loved ones. So we have our own sets of criteria that go beyond that. I don't think it would be unreasonable to say that a couple may want a 2-bedroom house, which would allow somewhere in the 58 to 70 square meters range, but not automatically a 97 square meter home. And I think that's the difference. It just allows us to provide a better range of stock over time that meets a range of needs. So I think looking back at some of the cases mentioned, looking at the Upper Yeld case and even the case at Chelmorton, I think members may have in themselves maybe would have had some more sympathy for something in that middle range level of about the 58 square meter property, which could still be defined as a 1-bedroom house or even 2 smaller rooms potentially. But both in that case and the Tideswell case that came, the applicants had proposed a size of dwelling that was much larger than their express need. Remember in the December case in Tideswell, they were looking for 2 131 square meter homes, which technically should be 58 and 70 square meters based on the numbers of people there. And even if you removed garaging from that, you'd still be at around 100 square meters. So it was well over, in addition to about 4 other reasons for refusal. So I don't think it would have changed the decision at all in that case. And similarly, in the Chelmorton case in January, we had a single person, which at the start of the floor space describes 39 square meter home, but was proposed at 76. So again, I think people really stretched it. And I think that was commented on by the members, that it was kind of excessively high and didn't really allow us to achieve our policy aim. So on the third point, when we start talking about the relationship to garaging, the report that we've submitted does say quite a lot about this, and again starts with the intent of achieving more affordable homes. The consistent view that we get from the social housing sector, both locally and through the Homes and Communities Agency, is that garages add significant value and quite simply are not included in their schemes because they're not essential. Affordable homes can be built with drives and forecourts, just like we've seen today, and shared areas. And if they're not essential, why would you invest in the construction of such an extra block and material investment to the property, with the consequence of leaving a property less affordable? There clearly are some issues regarding storage space and pressure for extensions, and we've said in our local plan that there is some limited scope for extensions, and even garaging itself could be considered in certain circumstances. And we've had inquiries from the housing associations themselves about need for flexibility for sheds and garden storage. Indeed, another reason I think the Tideswell case caused some concern was in terms of the design, as it proposed integrated garaging, and that in itself can result in quite a complicated relationship to livable space, e.g. where people use close garden space to step through from the house and maybe have a fridge freezer or a tumble dryer or other storage. So you start asking a question there in terms of fact and degree of the design about where does the livable space end, and where does the garaging for a parked vehicle start? So sometimes it might actually be reasonable to include the garaging space if it's got that close relationship. So it's fact and degree to some extent. However, for clarity of our view, we feel that the starting position should not be to try and add a numerical value for the garage onto the internal floor space, unless by fact and degree, as I've said, there might be considered to be such a close functional relationship. Otherwise, as I've said, it should be taken into account as a materially built element of the development overall, which will add value. And if that's considered to undermine the objectives of the affordable home, it might well then constitute a reason for refusal. So our starting position is to be consistent with the view of the social housing sector and say we would not expect to see garaging as part of affordable homes. And again, the Upper Yeld case provided an example of that today with just front forecourts. So just the last part of Councillor Brady's request was to explain how the policies came about a bit. And so we've included some summary paragraphs in the report to explain the stages involved, from issues and options through to draft plan, through to submission and modifications. And we've included links in the report to some of the detailed documents from our evidence library where the full records lie with that. So while principally this is a paper to note and look at how we've interpreted the policy, we have also set out some options for actions going forward, and I feel this could lend itself potentially to a useful practice note on the application of floor space and the relationship to garaging. And we do suggest that as an interim route. While at a strategic level, I think officers will also be tackling all of these issues in the ongoing review of the local plan. And clearly, as I've said, this does raise big issues in here about the nature of affordable homes and whether it can be possible to expect privately developed homes to be classed as affordable at all. And if so, we need to just be really clear about our justification for such properties, as opposed to those that can be retained in perpetuity by things like community land trusts and housing associations. I did note in one of the emails as well that people were saying maybe, are we just avoiding a democratic process by not going down a supplementary planning document route? So that's one of the options in there as well. My feeling is that in itself would take quite some time to produce. So my preference is to go down a more informal kind of practice note approach to just lead to more consistency, but make sure that we're tackling all these big issues in plan review. And just to be clear, an SPD process is quite different to full plan review. So the planning inspectorate wouldn't have a role in that. So it has a different level of scrutiny about it. Would have public consultation, but we'd just adopt that ourselves. So my feeling is that we could go down a practice note route, maybe share that with our plan review member steering group, get some input and steer there. But approve something more quickly that way. So it'd be great to get some steer from the members today and whether they feel these are good approaches going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian, for that. So members, do you want any comments on what Brian's just told us about? Patrick instigated this, really, I suppose. So do you want to come in there, Patrick?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I'm grateful for the report. What I wasn't intending to do was to open up a whole hornet's nest over what our written policies actually are, or indeed whether they're working. What was concerning me was two things. First of all, that we were being told that garages would be included in the calculation for the size of a house, when in fact there was no suggestion in any of our written policy documents that that was the case. And I was trying to find out how we'd got into that situation. And I think we've now got an acknowledgement that to some extent it's not sort of worked properly, but we can still look at it. And I was also trying to find out, arising from the Chelmore case, how we were now interpreting the size standards, because what we appeared to have been told in the Chelmorton case, we were told two things. The first one was that even for a 3-bedroomed house, it was too big, and I acknowledged that. But I think we were being told, and this is why I raised the issue in the first place, that because she was a single lady on her own, she wasn't entitled to a 3-bedroomed house. And I think that's what we're now being told. Now, that concerned me because in my 8 years on the authority, 9 years nearly, which coincides with the start of our core strategy, we have approved house after house after house with 3 bedrooms based upon applications made by single individuals. And when the Chelmorton case came along, we seemed to be being told that actually in some way we're changing the rules and we're going to interpret it a different way. And I was wanting to try and find out why that had happened and how it had happened, because you can call it practice or you can call it policy, but it is a fundamental change from where we were before. And I was worried that that had happened without any consultation with members or in the context of any member policy making structure. And I think that is actually what has actually happened. And I think that change of approach, you can argue it both ways, but it is a very controversial change, and it is one which certainly ought not to be made without going through a formal process so that we can understand what's going on and the public have the opportunity to comment on it. That was my concern, and I think really we've not really got an answer to how that change has taken place. What we have had, we've had it is in the report and we've had presented to us now, is a very thorough explanation about some of the background issues that are occurring with affordable housing that we're going to need to address in the future. But that doesn't entitle us to suddenly change the rules partway through without going through a process. That was what's concerning me, and it still concerns me. I do not wish to challenge at this stage, I might do later on, I don't know, but I don't wish at this stage to challenge the whole policy surrounding the size of houses. I understand where that comes from, and I understand that it has some merits. It has another problem, which I think Brian touched upon and is increasingly recognising, which is that unfortunately it is not related to house value. We do get valuations when private applications come in for affordable houses, and I understand the point that if you suddenly provide a garage on top of a house which is at the top end of the affordable range, you might take it over the top. But that's what the policy should be, not to tell people that they can't have a garage, which is where we were before. And in many ways, it applies to some other issues. I mean, there is a paragraph in one of our policy documents which says we've got to have small gardens. Well, actually, the size of the garden is largely irrelevant to an affordable house unless it makes it unaffordable. And incidentally, if you have very small gardens, it probably means you can't extend a house in the future if your family goes from 1 child to 3. So, I mean, there are lots of complicated issues in there which we can't resolve out of this report or within a short time. So what I'm left with is the puzzle and the concern that we have changed the rules about the size of dwelling people are allowed to apply for without going through a process. That is my concern, and it remains my concern.
Sorry, Robert. Can't hear.
Sorry about that. Brian, do you want to come back on what Patrick said? And I've got Andrew's got his hand up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty clear, really, that the process I've just talked about of re-asking that question about the fundamental policy aims and what we're trying to achieve by working in partnership on achieving a range of stock came about through placing that floor space approach more solidly into the policy. Now that happens with the stages that the plan is developed, with the member group that we had that was discussed regularly. So I think to say there was no process there is a bit disingenuous to what we've just gone through for several years, really, because there was regular discussions about that intent. I think it really does depend on all of this, on what we say and what we think the policy aim is. And for a long time now, the real policy aims have been to really question why we justify development in the national park. And in terms of housing, it's been this very specific exception for affordable housing. And we've tried really hard to create affordable housing, however we define that, and that's stretched clearly over time. So the policy aim, I'm really clear about. I'll leave that there.
Thank you. I'll go to Andrew, and I've got Ken with his hand up as well.
Brian, it strikes me that there are two issues here for me. First, sort of covering what Patrick said, if there's been a change in practice since the DMP rather than policy, then it feels as if members aren't really in ownership of that. It feels like there's been a subtle change and members have not either shaped it or been informed or gone along with it. And it seems to be seeping out of planning decisions now. And I think for me, that's the wrong way round. So that's one point. The other point that concerns me about this in the round is that we have recently, or we're still signing off a new kind of position statement on thriving and sustainable communities, a definition that we've gone out to ask our communities, our parish councils and our local authority partners, and we're working up now a more precise definition of what we mean by that term that we have bandied around quite glibly before, and it's getting much better. But one of the things coming out from the parishes and from my own parish as well is the need to help support that kind of intergenerational kind of family unit to stay in our communities, which means, you know, for future-proofing decisions, so that, for instance, if a single young person goes in, that can be a family home for if and when they want to develop as a family. Now, I understand that there are lots of other variables come in, but I'm just worried, Brian, that two things are in danger of colliding a little bit, or at least we're kind of contradicting ourselves in the eyes of some people here. So I urge a bit of caution or a bit of circumspection here. I also think, Chair, that probably the best place ultimately to resolve this, of course, is in the local plan review, which we're setting in train. It's the only proper way to do it, so that members and the public alike can examine and scrutinise and discuss these issues. But for both those points, Brian, I'm rather uncomfortable with where we are at the moment and members' role in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Ken Smith.
Thanks, Chair. In an attempt to cut through this Gordian knot, it was my understanding that prior to 2019, the size parameters were guidance rather than, if you like, regulation. And that as a result, as Brian has said, people were all going for the top end of the range. And that from 2019, which we've all voted, most of us, I beg pardon, Annabelle, most of us voted for the development management policies, that guidance became policy. And it reflects, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it reflects the kind of criteria that are applied by housing associations and housing providers who are looking to provide for people who require affordable housing. Am I right, Brian, or am I talking through a wrong orifice?
No, that's correct. Yeah, I mean the floor space guidance appeared in the 2001 local plan in text, and we used SPG produced in 2003 to really try and explain how all that would be used. But I think we did find practice was stretching that size limit ever more all the time, and it's I think, you know, we needed to kind of feel that we were actually creating a stock of some more modest homes sometimes, because the question that you're raising there, Andrew, is that if we allow this to continue, there will only those homes that we allow quite reasonably for people in the community, and that might be the decision we come up with in future as well, you know, based on our needs. But those houses will only ever be available to that first occupier. You know, they're not going to be able to be recycled into the community. They won't be affordable. So we have to just be aware of that, that it might well support that family through its life cycle. But in our sense of, you know, me looking back to the previous local plan is already 20 years ago. Those are the kind of cycles we go through, generational changes, that we'll have to be playing catch up all the time unless we have stocks of housing that can be managed and kept affordable. And the only way to do that is through the housing associations. So we need maybe a bit of both, but maybe that's the strategy that we've been trying to do. But we just need to be very open about what those routes are, I think.
But Brian, surely there could be a mixed economy here, because it's not just one or the other. Surely we should be open to different routes and different approaches, and accept there are some established family communities here who want to make that progression, quite apart from separate housing developments that RSLs take forward.
And to be fair, we have accepted that, haven't we? Because we've allowed them, and we have that route for ones and twos to go through that route, as well as the conservation-led route. So the Hartingtons, the Bradwells, the Markovitzes produce a whole stock of extra family-level market accommodation that produces a different sector. So we've got quite a mix as it is, but you're right. I mean, we absolutely need to consider what's needed going forward. Of course, all of that keeps putting a pressure on the place. And so the idea of constraint and numbers and capacity have to go alongside that in our protected context. So that's always the balance we're striking there.
And for me, it goes back to the particular word that Brian used in his introduction, and that was equitable. You know, if we are looking to help those who are in need of help, we need, for my money, we need that range of properties. And particularly, I was going to use the example of Yell Road, and the evidence that 1 and 2 bedroom houses in Bakewell were the key ones that were needed. Now, there's no way that a 1 bedroom house necessarily is going to fulfill anyone's lifetime ambitions or requirements. And I think one of the things that we need to consider is that any regulation like that comes with constraints, that it is difficult, as we are rehearsing now, to accommodate people's future demands. We can, I would suggest, only reasonably meet people's current demands. But it also, I think there's perhaps a need for examining the cultural changes that are needed. The idea that anyone and everyone should be able to stay in the same property for all of their life. I don't see how we can provide affordable housing at one end of that spectrum and still meet the demands at the other end. And I think this is a much bigger debate. I'm absolutely with you, Andrew, that in developing the local plan, that's where this debate should be occurring. I think this is a useful case stuff, but that's where it should be. And going back to the four options that Brian presents at the end of his paper, it seems to me that a practice note that clarifies what our current position and what we're supposed to be doing against policy would be useful. I don't think an SPD, when we anticipate having a new local plan in 2 years' time, is either going to be current for very many weeks, frankly, or justify the time it would take to produce. And it shouldn't be cart before the horse. if we had an SPD, it ought to be after we've got our policies sorted and done. And I think the fourth item, which was about the input of policy planners, that's an operational issue for me. I don't think that need bother members, frankly.
Thank you, Ken. So I was just going to say about the local plan review. That's sort of imminent. We've got a timetable for it, and it does seem useful to implement a lot of this in there and to discuss it with that. Patrick, you've got your hand up again.
I'm sorry about that, Chairman. I think we're distracted. I don't disagree with the sort of issues that everybody is raising here, and they're all perfectly good things to debate. I mean, I will make one point, which is if you get a village like, for example, Chelmorton, and you insist upon a one-bedroomed house for one person, there is no way that person is going to find a three-bedroomed house when they're married and everything else. And part of our philosophy, surely, is that people should be allowed to stay in villages and contribute to them. And the argument gets very, very complicated. But what I'd like to do is to come back to where I started from and where my concern came from, which was this change of emphasis and policy. Because with the greatest respect to Brian, I don't think that it occurred in the way that he said. The SPG, or whatever it called itself in those days, SPG, which I've got here, is in almost the same terms, almost exactly, as the local plan policy, the development management policies. There's been very little change of policy. And if we were intending, as part of the development management policies, to change this emphasis and change the way we're approaching these things, we would have said so. The thing is, you see, the development management policies do not clearly say, in future, if it's a single person applying for a house, they can only have X number of bedrooms. It talks about need in the broadest terms. And need itself, as we all know, is a relative is a relative term. And as late as November 2019, several months after the development management policies were approved, planning permission was given in Paddington for a three-bedroomed house for a single applicant. Now, we have changed since then, judging by what we're being told. And it's that change which concerns me, because it's not been through a process. And the problem is that I'm sure our officers, if somebody comes to them, will be saying in future, oh, well, if it's a one-bedroomed house, you can only have X number of bedrooms. And they'll be paying for that advice, presumably. It's wrong to have done it like that. We need to go back to where we were in 2019 and then go through a process of changing the policy. And if we want to change the policy, then we can have that debate later. But at the moment, changing it sort of in an ethereal way in the air somewhere where nobody notices what's going on is not right.
Thanks, Patrick. Go on, Brian.
Well, I mean, the policy says it. So when we talk about 2019, the one bedroom, you know, everything you're talking about is set out in the policy. So that the policy has the requirement. I think what we have, and I remember going back to the sorry, Patrick, I'll just finish this point. When we adopted the core strategy in 2011, we had some issues there, didn't we, about valid vernacular and CC1, CC2. And some of these issues did take some time to bed in, you know, and I think we've had to catch up with that. I said there was a practice that was there prevalent in some of the applications where we were giving more flexibility. And I think, you know, the planners have caught up with that maybe, but and that's what I mean by practice note. You know, it is important that we have training and that we understand what the terms of the new policy are, both for officers and members.
But in the meantime, the policy says what it says, and it doesn't say one person has that size of house. What it says is, if you are building a one-person house, then the square meter area is X. It doesn't say, if you are a single person, you can only have so many bedrooms. And incidentally, Lydia spoke to me about this after the January meeting, and she made the interesting point that when you're talking about thriving and vibrant villages, and this is Andrew's point in a way, it's counterintuitive to say to somebody that they can only have one bedroom, when in this day and age we'll be talking about home working and trying to stop people having to take cars to work and so on and so forth. There's a whole huge issue here, and we ought not to be jumping in with these changes without proper thought and consultation. And
we've just seen at Upper Yeld earlier today that the housing needs survey for Bakewell had a very strong need for 1 and 2 bedroom houses, and that's what's been delivered.
Well, yes, but that is their privilege. They are applying for it, and if that's what they wish to apply for, that is different from us as a planning authority dictating how many bedrooms people can have.
Well, we're just trying to work with the social sector, aren't we?
Well, you might be thinking that there is a private sector that also has its place in the armoury of housing that is needed. In Taddington, but believe it or not, over the last 10 years, we've now got something like 5% of our houses is affordable, and the majority of those have been built privately, or are being, because 2 of them are being built at the moment. The private sector is very important in this, and it's very important from the point of view of thriving and sustainable villages, and we mustn't lose sight of that.
Yeah. I agree with that, because and I think that was why we've always accepted the 1 and 2 home facility. So I think there's a lot of common ground there. Actually, I'm just very concerned about price and what pressure that leads to for future development. So I think we're all right. These issues will come out in the next few processes.
My concern is, what advice are we giving to people applying for affordable housing as to the size of their house, how many bedrooms they can have, until such time as we review the policy?
Yeah, well, that was what I was hoping we could maybe get out of this report, to sort of say that, well, what does DMH1 mean for us now? You know, if we've got these floor space guidance down, that is the starting point. But what I would like to see is that the planners are able to think about what these people's circumstances are. And in my mind, you know, I think there is scope for some flexibility around the 1 and 2 person need. For instance, the person in Chelmorton, if they'd come in and said, actually, you know, I might need to think about space for me being a couple or with a family. I mean, that still gives you scope to look at the middle ground of those guidelines. But I think policy always has to start from the policy, doesn't it? You know, what's the starting point? And then you look at the other considerations. And maybe we're just sometimes being a bit too hard and fast about that. So I think it's understanding where the understanding of circumstances and flexibility is with that.
Ken.
And isn't it a case that
I'm sorry,
isn't it a case that understanding and of need is not done by us? It's done by external organisations like the housing organisations. And with the Chelmorton case, the assessment of the requirement was based on the information that the applicant gave to the housing provider, who then did an assessment of what their perceived need was within the context of affordable housing. And that's why the 1 bedroom house provision was what was being measured on. I mean, it seems to me that while I think it's very difficult to seek to provide affordable housing with what appears to be an ambition for a free market economy.
Ken Richardson, sorry, Ken.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to get ready for another meeting, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Thanks, bye.
So, where do we want to go from here? Is a suggestion that we this is reviewed at the local plan stage, which will be shortly. A policy document. There were the 2 main items that have come up. Are we happy with those? Is there anything else that anybody wants to suggest, Andrew?
Chair, I would be happy if it helps to continue the discussion outside of planning committee, because we've used up enough time within the committee here. If Patrick and yourself and Ken maybe meet with Brian and we talk through this a bit more, because there are some fundamental issues here. And part of it for me as chair is how members are engaged in this process as well. So if that would help, I'd be very happy to convene that outside this meeting. Whether, Patrick, you feel that would take us any further?
Chairman, I'm happy to try that.
Right, Annabelle, you were waving your hand just then.
Well, no, I was going to suggest something along the lines of what Andrew's just said. I'm very happy to input to that, but I do think we need an offline conversation for members to frame up what we need from officers to come to some sensible proposals in their local plan for this. We need, data. We need 2 streams, probably for affordable housing and private sector, that sort of thing.
So we've got a suggestion of a small working party, which I think is a good idea. Do we need to go any further than that? I don't think we do at the moment. I think we've debated this sufficiently, so it's just a case of this report be noted. So if you can all raise your hands if you've noted this report, thank you. And we will then move on to the next item. But I think before we move on to the next item, you probably want just 5 minutes to stretch legs. Sorry about that, Andrew Cook. So if you can just come back, where are we now? 3:15, 5 minutes leg stretch. Not letting on get away. Okay, are we all returned, or are we one or two missing? Right, welcome back, everyone. So we're now going over to Andrew Cook for the monitoring and enforcement annual review, and I think Andrew might have some good news about team resources for us. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and afternoon all. I realise you've been at it for a while, so I'll not take up hopefully too much of your time. But yes, the first thing to mention, there's a bit of updating as we go through the report, but as Robert's just hinted, we've had some good news as far as filling at least one of the vacancies in the team is concerned. You'll probably recall that we've had discussions at least the last two times I've been to committee about vacancy for quite a while now, and obviously the impact that's had on some of the work that we've been able to do. But I was six.
Andrew, you keep
we've now
disappearing.
sorry.
Maybe if you knock your video off, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I was just saying, paragraph 6 of the report on the first page, you'll see that we've recently appointed the monitoring enforcement officer. Is a key
Sorry, Andrew. We've got a lot of breaking up there, Andrew.
No.
In fact, are you still with us?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep breaking up, but we keep catching you occasionally.
Right, okay, I'll plough on for now.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, as I say, this is a key post that we've filled because the monitoring enforcement officers, of which we have two, are those that deal with the inquiries that come in, so they're the first port of call on investigating new inquiries that come into the team. Moving on to the second page of the report. So this is bringing together the activity over the last year, as I say, as being the annual report. So we've got a list of the notices that have been issued over the last year since the end of March last year. So we've issued 8 notices in total. There is a bit of updating to let you have on some of these because some of the compliance periods for the enforcement notices has recently passed. So for the first one, for instance, Brackenburn at Kerber, the compliance period for the enforcement notice ended on the 5th of April. We've carried out a site visit since then. The gates have been removed and the windows have been painted an appropriate colour. So those two things have been addressed. The only thing that's remaining is for the gate posts themselves to be removed. We believe that the owner is looking at putting forward a planning application for an amended design for the gates and new gate posts. The second one is subject to an appeal, as the report states. The next one was a temporary stop notice, which ceased to have effect in October. The next one, the compliance periods. This is the one at Glossop, Coombs Tor. The compliance dates are towards the end of this year, so we're some way off on that one. The next one at Home Farm, that's the enforcement notice that relates to the temporary stop notice above. And we have an appeal in at the moment against the enforcement notice. So we're waiting for a determination on that one. And then the next one is a stop notice, again relating to the same issue. The next one at Longner, as you'll see, the compliance date for removal of the building, at least, was a few days ago, the 11th of April. We've carried out a site visit. The building is still in situ at the moment, or it was when we visited it a couple of days ago. So we will be looking at taking further action potentially if that's not complied with in the fairly near future. The last site where we've issued enforcement notice, this is the only one that we've issued in the latest quarter, so since the start of this year. And we've got the photographs up on the screen of this site. I think many of you will perhaps be familiar with this property. It's quite a prominent site alongside the A515. And you'll see in the photograph that the landowner had placed a number of camping pods on the site. And then if we look at the next photograph, please. This is one of the other structures. You'll see there's also mention of a manager's accommodation, a caravan that's used as manager's accommodation, and a mobile ablutions unit. I love that word, ablutions. I think this is the ablutions unit, and then I think we've also got a photograph of the manager's caravan. Yep. The compliance period expires towards the end of this month on the 26th of April. There was no appeal lodged against the enforcement notice, so it came into effect. And I'm pleased to report that the camping pods have now been removed, and the caravan that you can see on that photograph in front of you at the moment has also gone. So it's just the ablutions unit that's still remaining on site. We understand that the owner is trying to sell that unit, so hopefully it will be gone fairly soon. Just moving briefly onto the appeals, the following section, section 9. So we've had 4 appeal decisions over the year. Obviously particularly pleasing that all those appeals have been dismissed. Just to mention the third one down, Blackcarry House at Wardlow. We have an application in currently for a revised scheme for that property. So there may be a way forward which falls short of complete demolition of the building, but addresses the concerns that we had about the building as erected. The next one, as you see, is at 1 Acre Wood, Little Hayfield. The compliance period is at the end of this month. And then the next section, 10 onwards to 13, and the table on the next page basically just summarises our performance over the year. As I've touched on in previous reports over the last year, we were certainly very hampered by the situation we found ourselves in last March with the pandemic, and also the situation with the vacancies in the team. So we did suffer quite badly, particularly in the first half of the year. But we have picked up significantly over the last 6 months. So for example, in the first half of the year, we resolved 40 breaches, 40 enforcement cases, where in the second half of the year, as it says right at the bottom of the page in paragraph 10, we resolved 89 breaches. So we actually doubled the number of breaches resolved in the second half of the year, which is obviously very pleasing. The other thing to note from the figures in the middle of paragraph 12, and also mentioned in the table, the number of inquiries coming in is still going up. We've seen an increase over the year from 480 in 2019-20 to 529 in the last year, so roughly a 10% increase in inquiries coming in. So this is new work potentially coming into the team. Each of those has to be investigated, so obviously that has been quite challenging to deal with, particularly with the vacancies that we've had. As I've said at the end of that paragraph, because of that, the number of inquiries outstanding has increased quite a bit, more or less doubled in fact over the year. But now that we've filled the vacancy I mentioned earlier, we would expect that number to come down at least over the next year. Aside from that, as I say, there's the table that gives the figures, and then the section 14 lists the cases where we've resolved breaches in the last quarter, so since the 1st of January this year. And if we move on to the next slide, we've got a couple of cases where I wanted to just show you some photographs. So this is down at Hazel Barrow, case number 20/0059. And this was actually although you can only see one shepherd's hut in the photograph, there were two shepherd's huts on this site. And then if we move on to the next slide, we'll see that the shepherd's hut in the picture has disappeared. Obviously a different angle that the photograph's been taken from, but the shepherd's hut was just to the left of that agricultural building, behind the wall that you can see, the boundary wall. And you can see it's a very open landscape, so the shepherd's hut was visible from quite a wide area. I think the only other one that we've got is Bennetstone Hall at Sparrow Pit. That's right. Again, much like the Bullithorn at Flag, this is quite a well-known local landmark for those people on that side of the national park. Got a checkered history in all sorts of ways, not just planning. This extension, this is actually a building known as the Coach House, which is to the side of the main hall, to the main house. And this case concerned the flat roof extension that you can see, and also the two-storey gable immediately beyond that, and the single-storey porch. So all that was added without planning permission. This is a separate dwelling, by the way, within the grounds of Bennetstone Hall. And we issued an enforcement notice quite some time ago to basically require these extensions to be removed. And if we see the next photograph, I think we've got a couple of photographs. Yeah, that was the extension sort of in the process of being removed. Most of it had gone by then. But you can see that where the two-storey gable was running back into the main roof, they were still part of the roof in situ at that time. And then I think we've got a photograph that shows the roof now completed. This has been sent to us by the owner, so it doesn't show the whole of the building, but it does show that the remaining work has now been completed. So that case has been closed. As I say, that was a case where we did serve an enforcement notice. There was no appeal, and eventually we have got compliance. Okay, Chair, that was all I wanted to mention. Obviously, if there's any comments or questions.
Thank you, Andrew. It's good to see some more positive figures on from this. Any comments or questions from members? If there are no comments or questions, we've got to just note the report. So if you could just raise your hand to show that you've noted it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
And then on to item 14, which is the head of law report. Is that yours, Brian? Are you taking us through that?
Yeah, just briefly mention, I've tried to keep a flow of some summaries coming through for the members, just to give you some more of the detail and implications of decisions. So I think I've covered about 4 of them on this decided list in recent couple of weeks. And yeah, I think the ones that are allowed don't cause us any massive concerns, tend to be kind of design judgments mainly, and within a good context to not cause harm. So we're fine with those. The ones that decided in dismissed in our favour, then I think they're good ones because they actually represent protection of things like street scene and the right way to apply to heritage, etc. So I'll keep going with those summaries. It's a useful process for me as well to just get underneath that. I should just say as well, on the back of I think last month where I mentioned I'd be writing to the planning inspectorate about one division in particular up at Lodgemore. I have sent that one off and I've had an acknowledgement from PINS, so we'll see what comes of that. But telling me they've got a big backlog as ever, but I'm hoping that it'll have some impact anyway.
Thank you. Patrick.
That's fine. Yeah.
So you're muted, Patrick, I think.
Yes, slightly flippant, but I notice on page 146, the Grindon application, that the inspector was asked to put 2 conditions on the permission, and she refused to do so because she said they were unnecessary. It's a pity Kath isn't here, actually, because one of those conditions was requiring the building to be pulled down if it was no longer in use for agriculture. And the inspector said, no, that was not a necessary condition. And the other one was trying to stop the effect of the general development order on changes of use. And she said that wasn't necessary either. So I hope Brian will deal with that in the report he sends us in due course.
Right, thank you, Patrick. Very noted, Brian. Right, so any other questions? If not, we've just got to note the report. So if you just show a hand to note the report, thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you to the 4 remaining members for staying with us. And yeah, thank you for being with us. I was to remind everybody that the next planning meeting is on the 30th of April, but there's only 4 of you here to do that. So I might just send an email out to just to remind everybody. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert.
Bye now.
Very much.
Thank you, Robert. Well done.
Robert, did you want to?
Oh, sorry.
Maybe. I might just see if we can keep 1 or 2 on for debrief.
Right. Okay.
I might just see if I can contact John and Tom.
I'm here, Brian.
Right, Tom. Yeah.
Thank you. See if I can contact.
John's there, I think, is he?
Oh, they popped up.
Well, his name's there. I'm just wondering where he's gone.
He is.
It's usually a case that Oldham House likes to close things down, doesn't it? And we go into your private room, Brian.
That's it. Yeah.
Will your,
Yeah, we
will your
don't want to
previous
go